How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone yet. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone yet. This is the final genocide. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone yet. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone yet. This is the final
All right. I'm back. I said we were going to finish the Candace stream, and we're going to finish the Candace stream. I am back. Spy stream was a success. We had a good infiltration into a union organizing call. I am sorry I had to break up the stream into 2 parts, but sometimes that is just the way it goes because Trendlin bribed me to watch something tomorrow for Friday. So I already had the Friday slot taken, and I wanted to watch this Candace thing. And I think it's a perfect timing to watch this Candace thing because earlier today, we got to see the full testimony of the furry boyfriend of Tyler Robinson. And we're going to watch that. We're going to watch that because I haven't had a chance to see the whole thing yet. And then we're going to get back into the Candace stream. Yeah, I got this cool ass hoodie in Chicago. Can I tell you about this hoodie real quick as people are filing in? This hoodie is the fucking best. All Saints is my favorite clothing line. All Saints, if you like, All Saints is the fucking best because it's affordable and the clothes are cool as hell. And this hoodie actually has sleeves that are buttoned into the hoodie. So I can wear it as a long sleeve hoodie, or I can literally pull the sleeves off and wear it as a short sleeve hoodie. And wouldn't you know it, it's actually cold today. It was hot as hell earlier in the day, and then it got cold. And it's been hot as hell for like 3 straight fucking weeks. And now all of a sudden we have a cold day. Yeah, it's like it's a year-round hoodie. Like, who wouldn't want something like that? So I decided I was a little chilly in my tank top and I needed a little more in between streams. So, but it's a cool ass hoodie. I love it. I have so many All Saints clothes. All Saints are if you like 90s grunge, kind of like, they've got great leather jackets too, and like all sorts of like leather goods. All Saints is the fucking best. Okay. If you haven't checked them out, you should. It's also affordable. Like, it's very nice quality. It's like, I mean, they're sold in like luxury department stores and stuff like that. So it's like luxury level quality, but it's not like expensive, like fucking, you're not going to pay $1,000 for a t-shirt like you would in Gucci. Okay. And literally fuck Gucci for that, by the way. I can order any t-shirt from Gucci for like $20, $20 or $30 from like China. So why the fuck? And it's exactly the same shirt is the thing. It's exactly the same shirt. It's not like when you're ordering stuff from China a lot of the time, you're getting an inferior quality product. Oh, I mean, you do sometimes, but like a lot of the time, it's literally almost it's exactly the same shirt they're selling in the fucking Gucci store for $1,000 fucking dollars for a t-shirt, and I'll spend some money on a t-shirt, man. I have no problem spending $100 on a t-shirt. I have no problem spending $200 on a t-shirt. But you want me to spend $1,000 fucking dollars on a t-shirt for the same exact fucking t-shirt I can get for $40 from China? Fuck you, Gucci. Fuck you for that. No. I decline. You assholes are getting those t-shirts produced for like $20-$30 tops, and you're selling them for $1,000 fucking dollars in the retail store? That's absurd. And I say that as someone who has spent hundreds and even at times thousands of dollars on bags, okay? I have no issue spending money on shit, but not a fucking $1,000 t-shirt. That's crazy. I can barely even rationalize a $200 t-shirt, though I can at times when it's awesome and it's a special limited edition and it's very specific luxury brands and I'm getting it on the resale market on whatnot. I can rationalize things to a certain extent. I know people think $200 a lot for a t-shirt, and it is. But I can rationalize spending money on shit to a certain extent. I cannot rationalize a $1,000 t-shirt when I can get exactly the same fucking t-shirt, the same quality, the same embroidery, the same fucking everything from China for $40 fucking dollars. Okay? Gucci? Okay? All right. Are we getting people to file in for the stream yet? Have I babbled enough on the stream about something that doesn't matter? Okay, listen. So we are going to get back into the Candace Owens, Shawn Ryan interview that we watched earlier today. We are going to get back into that. But we had just gotten to the part of the interview where Candace was like, I don't even think that Tyler Robinson was at the college. I don't even think he was there. I think he's being set up. I think he's being framed. Okay, Candace. Okay. Well, I want to do a little pregame before we get back into the interview. I want to watch Lance Twiggs' testimony from earlier today in the preliminary hearing because, I mean, listen, I haven't watched this yet. We always watch the full thing. That's why we're going to watch it. It's like 20 minutes long. So I think that's reasonable. But he did, like, Lance Twiggs did pretty much seem to confirm that, yes, it was Tyler Robinson. He's sure it's Tyler Robinson. It's obviously Tyler Robinson. And so Candace might be at this point a very high level of fucked. And guys, there is a reason. And listen, I can be critical of Erica Kirk because why do I have the fucking hiccups? I haven't had anything to drink. How is it possible that I get the fucking hiccups without having any alcohol? That's not fair. That shit's not fair, bro. Okay, I can be very critical of Erica Kirk because Erica Kirk has put herself in the position of being the CEO of a major political organization. And I'm sorry, I don't care if you're a widow or not. You don't get to make yourself CEO of one of the biggest, most well-funded organizations in all of politics without people being critical of you just because you're a widow. I'm sorry. Erica Kirk could have taken a sabbatical. Erica Kirk could have said, I'm not ready to be CEO yet, but I will come and give me a year to adjust to my life with my children post Charlie. Give me a year to mourn. Give me a year to find my life again, find my footing again, which I think anyone would have understood, by the way. Erica Kirk could have said to the TPUSA, I can't do this right now. I need to be a private person for a little bit to mourn adequately with my children and adjust to my post-Charlie life. She could have done that and said, I will come back in a year and assume the CEO of Turning Point USA. You put someone else as CEO as an interim. And if Erica Kirk had done that, I would not be being critical of her, okay? But she didn't do that. She took on that role. We are allowed to be critical of fucking Erica Kirk when she's acting extremely weird and oftentimes extremely inappropriate in public because she put herself in that role. She is not just a widow. She is the CEO of one of the biggest, most well-funded organizations in all of politics, all right? So I will be critical of Erica Kirk. What I will be far less critical of is Charlie Kirk's mom and dad. Did you guys see Charlie Kirk's mom and dad coming into the courtroom the other day? I mean, we haven't heard hell or high water from Charlie Kirk's mom and dad ever since Charlie died. There were no public speeches by Charlie Kirk's mom and dad. There were no public interviews with Charlie Kirk's mom and dad. Charlie Kirk's mom and dad are obviously in a very severe state of grief over the loss of their son, as I think anyone would be. I'm not going to be critical of them at all because they're private people who are trying to fucking mourn privately and aren't putting themselves in a position of running a major political organization. And the fact that both Charlie Kirk's family and Erica came to the judge today and said, can you just release all the evidence to the public? They want every bit of evidence to be made public about Charlie's death precisely because of what Candace Owens has done. I promise you. Because this is the moment that Erica Kirk, and I'm sure Charlie Kirk's entire family has been waiting for, which is the giant fuck you to Candace Owens that is about to happen by anyone, I think, with the working brain. And it was always going to turn out this way, guys. And I know I'm going to get Candace supporters on this stream. I gave Candace a chance, even though I think Candace is a narcissistic psychopath. And I've always thought that Candace is a narcissistic psychopath. I've been saying this go out back for years and years and years. Way before Candace left the Daily Wire, I was saying Candace was a narcissistic psychopath. I think I may have even been saying it before Candace joined the Daily Wire. So this has been my position on Candace since day one. But even still, I have given Candace a full chance to make her case. I have watched many of her episodes. You can go back and watch coverage of it on the channel. I did listen to her case. I didn't just watch clips and make fun of her. I don't even really make fun of her because I just don't really care that enough to make it like I'm not going to attack Candace for it because Candace is allowed to say whatever the fuck she wants. And I find the whole thing to be very entertaining. But we gave Candace a fair shake to make her case to us. And I think I don't speak for myself here. Candace was found lacking. Okay? She was found to be lacking in the case that she made. And so am I going to be upset over Candace getting a massive fuck you based on information coming out of the trial? And I wish the judge had just acquiesced and said, we're going to make all the information public because the public deserves to have all the information about this. Judge, what the fuck? So, but that is why Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk's family is asking for that, because they want to give Candace Owens a giant, massive fuck you. And I think that's exactly what's about to happen in this hearing. And I think when it goes to trial, because this is just a preliminary hearing. This isn't even the real trial. I think that it's all going to go horribly awry. And Candace is going to find herself probably Erica Kirk is waiting to sue Candace's ass until the evidence comes out at the trial, is my best guess. Because I can't think of any other reason why Erica Kirk hasn't at least sent Candace a cease and desist letter yet. I bet you that Erica Kirk is just biding her time, probably really fucking pissed off, and is waiting until all of the evidence is in the public to hand Candace a massive fuck off lawsuit. And again, I'm going to find that whole thing very entertaining if it happens. I'm literally not on anyone's side here. I pretty much hate everyone involved. I don't hate Charlie Kirk's family, but I pretty much hate everyone else involved. I am not on anyone's side. I'm just I'm going to try to call a spade a spade. I'm going to call it like I see it. If I agree with something that Candace says, I will say it. If I disagree with something Candace says, I will say it. And we're going to listen to Lance Twiggs' testimony, and we're going to see what Lance Twiggs had to say about it, okay? So we're going to do that, and then we will get back into the Candace Owens, Shawn Ryan interview. And remember, we left off at the part where Candace is like, I don't even think Tyler Robinson was involved. If you guys appreciate that I'm streaming this, one of the best ways you can thank me is by donating some channel memberships out to the stream. We just did a spy stream infiltration right before this where we went inside a live leftist organizing call, and that was open to YouTube channel members and then supporters on my other platforms as well. So one of the ways that we can really help other members of our community is by donating channel memberships to get more people involved in our spy streams, get them supporter perks they wouldn't otherwise have. It's just a really nice thing to do. You can also send in super chats. If you can't afford to donate, then please at least mount the like button for me. Make sure you have liked the video so YouTube recommends the stream. Click on the share button so YouTube thinks you're sharing it, because that feeds the algorithm as well. And make sure that you are subscribed to the channel, notifications on, all that good stuff. Trendlin, we're watching your Andrew Wilson thing tomorrow, okay? So I haven't forgotten, Trendlin, that you bribed me. I haven't forgotten. We're watching it tomorrow at 5, all right? It's going to be our Friday stream. Whatever. W's, Anthony, thank you so much for the membership. Appreciate you very, very much. We're up to 45% of our 100 goal for the day. We'll see if we get to the goal. I hope we do. It's not at the end of the world if we don't, but I hope we do. Hey, Nuri, thank you for being a member of the channel for 33 months. I'm currently watching part 1 from earlier with the liberal hive mind idiot. Yeah, that was something, wasn't it? I'll watch this later. Have a good stream. Thank you so much for being a member of the channel. Appreciate it. Yeah, Lance Twiggs was, I'm more, I think that, yes, we're going to do nitwits tomorrow. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, apparently Lance Twiggs liked Jordan Peterson. So, I don't know. Let's see what he had to say. And again, keeping an open mind that he probably has benefit to testifying like he does. But let's just watch what happened. Let's just watch the primary source receipts and see what happened, okay?
We would move to
Oh, come on. Don't do this to
on
me.
the monitors, states Exhibit 16.
All right, and to the media, there is a monitor for your benefit right there next to you. For the camera, there is one for that direction as well as for the gallery.
Oh, come on. Yeah, Nitwits Casino. That's what I should really name it. Nitwits Casino.
This meeting is to use your statement here instead of your testimony at a preliminary hearing. Understand that? Mm-hmm. Okay, so in order to do that, I need to place you under oath and also give you an admonition about false statements. Okay. First, you do solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes.
I also need to notify you that you are notified that statements you are about to make may be presented to a magistrate or a judge in lieu of your sworn testimony at a preliminary examination. Any false statement you make and that you do not believe to be true may subject you to criminal punishment as a Class A misdemeanor. You understand that?
Yes.
It potentially could be used as for punishment as a higher offense as obstruction of justice. In addition, I just want to make sure that our recording here is clear that you've also been given a federal agreement and a state agreement granting you immunity from prosecution for materials that you discuss now. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. First, we're going to cover some of the things that
Yeah, I love it when my husband comes home, because when my husband comes home, basically at some point, he's going to walk up the stairs in nothing but his underwear and do some sort of pose outside my door. So yes, that is exactly what you saw. Victor walked by the door in his underwear and then did some sort of pose and then just kept walking. That's it.
you've already talked about, but to make it as part of this record. First, what's your name?
Yeah, now he's walking back down. He's like,
Full
what
name
the
with
fuck,
middle name
girl?
or just first and last?
First and last.
He's
is
like,
fine.
why do
Okay,
you
my
have
name
to
is
say
Lance
that?
Briggs.
And do you know Tyler Robinson?
Victor, it's okay. You look good in your underwear. It's not like I'm putting a picture on the internet or anything.
Yes, I do. Well, yeah, I do.
And this is the same Tyler Robinson that's been charged with the shooting of Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
And would you say when you first met Tyler?
I think it was 2023. I've known him longer than that, though. That was, I think, the first time I met him in person.
Okay.
And will you describe your relationship with Tyler when you first met him anyway?
When I first met him, I didn't know him super well. He was just a new roommate. So I knew he knew my friend group, and I knew he liked playing games, but that's about it when we first, when he first moved in.
Okay. Before we go on, I realized my mic was muted at the outset. Was yours on, your microphone? Okay. I'm going to repeat those admonitions just to make sure we got recorded. Okay, so again, I place you under oath.
You are not muted, asshole. Now there's two microphones on.
You do solemnly swear.
They don't know how to use Zoom, guys. There are two microphones open in the room, which is why we're getting an echo. There's two people in this call that have their fucking microphone on. These retards don't know how to use Zoom. Do you guys, listen, man, I just want to be very clear about this. People think that lawyers are smart and people think that people in the federal government are smart. These people cannot operate a Zoom meeting. Just really think about the level of incompetence at this point, having lived through the COVID pandemic where every single person had to use Zoom, for everything. It's 6 years after COVID and these retards can't figure Zoom out.
That the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
And again, I'm going to give you the false statement admonition.
Sorry, hold on. If they're saying that it's echoing, so
Oh!
I think this one's mic is on.
okay, sorry.
Okay, you're not on my mic.
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so we should be good. All right.
Oh, we're back.
Is that mic on?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Sorry.
All right. Okay, sorry about that interruption. All right, so you said when you first met, you were roommates?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
And then
you're here. You're here. You missed part 1. Where the fuck have you been, Amalek? Do you want to come on the stream? Do you want to come on the stream and yell and complain and correct everything that is wrong in the world? If someone is wrong on the internet about Tyler Robinson, Amalek has to come and correct them. Do you want to do that? I think that would be fun.
at some point, your relationship progressed to something more than just roommates. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
I think we started dating 2 or 3 months after he moved in.
Okay. And where did you live at that time?
St. George, in an apartment complex.
And is that apartment the same place you lived when on September 10th?
Yes.
When you lived there with Tyler, were you in the same room? Did you live in the same room or different rooms?
No, separate rooms.
And at that time, let's say September of 2025, what were you doing with your life? Were you working, school?
I was working. I was doing like bathtub and shower repair and stuff in new construction.
You don't want to come on?
How about Tyler?
You don't want to come on? Why not? Why not? Amalek, this is an opportunity to correct the entire internet about everything. Whatever. Fine. Fine. Be that way.
I think he was both working. I think he was working for an electrician company.
No,
I
didn't
he was
see that.
also in a trade school for being I don't know, higher ranking electrician. I'm not sure how the trade system works for that.
Okay.
But yeah, I think he was both.
What was his typical work day like?
I think he'd leave around 7 generally and get back around 3 to 4, depending on where the job was and how long it was for the day. And then on certain days of the week during.
Yeah, Amalek, I was told reliably by Candace Owens in the Shawn Ryan interview earlier today that it was the microphone and not the bullet. So are you sure you have fully debunked Candace's theory?
school.
She seemed pretty
like,
confident is all I'm saying.
semesters, he would then later in the day, I think around 5 or 6, go to school. So, yeah.
Okay, let's jump to September 10th. Did he spend the night in the apartment the night of September 9th into September 10th?
Yeah, he did.
All right. Well, I think I'm going to be live for an hour. So if you want to come on later, you are more than welcome to. Okay. Because I think there's like 4 hours of this Candace interview to watch, and we're watching the Lance Twigs testimony first. So I'm going to be here for a minute if you want to join me at some point.
Yes.
Do you know when he left the apartment on September 10th?
I don't know an exact time. I just know he left early. I heard him leaving, and he just said he had a long drive to work that day, so he was leaving early.
Okay, so early. Any guess as to what when that was?
I don't know. I would have thought it was 5 a.m. because that's when like an early work day was for him, but it was probably more like 4.
Okay.
I'm gonna have him spit out his gum just to make sure that
I can do that.
you mind if you're right in front of your laptop.
Oh, here you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so what time did you get up on September 10th?
Probably like 12 to 1 p.m.
You didn't have to work that day?
No.
And did you hear from Tyler? Did he call or text you before then?
No, he sent that message in the group chat I mentioned, but he didn't message me directly at all that day.
Okay. When did you first hear from him on September 10th?
It was at 11 o'clock with that like automated message.
Okay, 11 p.m.
Yeah.
What about, he asks you here, remember how I was engraving bullets? Was he engraving bullets before this?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when, but he had said he was planning to go hunting with his family. And he asked me for if we had a Dremel because he said he wanted to engrave messages on bullets. And I just told him where our Dremel was and told him to make sure he doesn't set off a bullet on accident in the house. But I didn't really think about it until then.
How long before September 10th was this that he asked about the Dremel?
I don't remember because he'd been talking about the hunting/camping trip for a couple months, but I don't remember when he was specifically asking to engrave the bullets. So
are we talking like a year before?
Oh no, not that long. It would have been, I'd say at most a month before this was when he was asking.
Okay. Okay. Right. You talked about the note that he left. I want to bring this up, and I should say that these text messages that we've been looking at here are Bates number 54. Okay, the notes have been titled 16.3 with a note, and this is Bates number 58.
Well, I'm sure she's not going to do that, but congrats.
That on the screen there?
Amalek is right, super chats are welcome.
What do you recognize
I'm going
it
to keep
as?
the money, but we can celebrate
that was the note under his keyboard that he was referring to in the first text of that chain.
Okay, so where did you find this?
On his desk underneath his computer keyboard.
And I assume you read it.
Yeah.
And then what did you do with it after you read it?
I believe I just put it back down on the desk after I took a picture of it.
Okay. And again, the time you read it was probably around 11 o'clock or so on the 10th.
Yes.
The night of September 10th.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And did you ever see that again after you placed it back on his desk?
No, I don't think I did.
And that was a desk in his bedroom?
Yes.
And that's a separate bedroom than your bedroom?
Yeah.
And now I want to go to what's been titled 16.2. And do you recognize this series of messages here?
Yeah, that was the server of like his friend that I was mentioning.
Okay, and this is your phone again?
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you recognize it because the big crack up at the top.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is a server. Is this Discord?
Yeah, this is Discord.
And who are members of this server? I don't want names, just generally. Who are these people?
This is his friend group. They play D&D together every week.
Okay. And I just want to scroll through this to make sure that you get a chance to take a look at it. Go to the next page.
Mm-hmm. Or yes.
So Tyler Icom, who's that?
That's Tyler Robinson.
These other people are just others that are members of the server.
Yes.
Jug, Barnaby, Marina, DM.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, like DM means Dungeon Master. So this is these are like most of them are names they're using in the game they're playing currently.
Got it. Yeah, it looks like the last text from Tyler looks like it's 8 p.m. And do you know what day this would have been? 8 p.m. on the 10th or the 11th?
I would think that would be the 11th. Because on at least I think so, because I don't think on the 10th that he messaged anyone before me at like 11. So.
And he turned himself in on the 11th, right?
I thought so, yeah.
So again, we're just going to go through this so that we have a record of the messages.
For people just joining, we are listening to the Lance Twiggs testimony from earlier today. It's got about 7 more minutes. Then we're going to go back into the Candace watch party. So if you're waiting for Candace, it is coming. I want to make sure I listen to this first, though. Thanks, CB. Appreciate it.
Is that an accurate recording of that thread?
To my knowledge, yes.
And that was sent, looks like between September 10th and September 12th. Looks like the last day on this is September 12th. Screen?
Yes.
Okay.
We're back.
All right, so again, those messages covered from September 10th to the evening of September 11th. Now, September 11th, what time did you see Tyler on September 11th?
Yes.
When did you first see him on September 11th? So this is the day after the shooting.
Yeah, I saw him when I woke up. Like I said, he was up and around doing a lot of stuff around the house. And then I think I saw him after that message where I said I'll come home and say I'm doing laundry.
I just got, can I tell you guys? I haven't posted a picture of this yet. I just got it yesterday. I just got the most massive fucking Chanel travel bag. It is a massive bag. And it's a massive Chanel bag, which makes it even better. So don't you worry. Don't you worry. not only did I just get a new handbag, I got one of the most massive, like, luxury handbags that you can possibly get, and it will mog every other woman at the airport in perpetuity. Bigger than the red one. Yes, bigger than the Hermes shoulder Birkin. Yes, yeah. It's huge, and it's awesome. It's so good.
Because I didn't want him going to my parents' house right then when he said there was probably cops outside. So I went back home, and it was just him there, and I said bye to him.
I'll bring it in and show you guys if I go to the bathroom.
So I just went back to my parents' house.
Yeah, you don't have to get all new handbags when you lose weight. That's true.
So he acted erratically. Was he pacing? Was he just sitting down, relaxing?
No, he was walking around a lot.
And that's within the home?
Mm-hmm.
And did he talk about what he had done?
Didn't go into detail. I just asked him in person if what he said was true the night before, and he said it was. I started crying a little bit and said he wishes he hadn't done it. And then kept going around and just doing stuff, I think, to keep himself busy or distracted or something.
Okay. Did he talk about what he was going to do next?
And then eventually said that he would talk to his parents or turn himself over.
Okay. And when you left, was that how you left, understanding that he was going to turn himself in or go to his parents' house?
Yeah, and I didn't really want to be at our apartment while any of that was happening, regardless of what went down.
Okay. Okay, before he came home, had you seen the press releases, any of the media on this?
I'd seen one Instagram link a friend of mine had sent in our group chat,
okay,
but I hadn't really looked into it at all.
And had you seen the images that were released of the suspect?
I did the next day. I don't think I saw any on the 10th.
I'm going to show you a couple of those images. Okay, I'm on the FBI's website. You can see the URL there at the top. This is some press release about this event. And here on the screen, you see these, looks like there's 2 rows of 3 images.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize the person in these images?
I wouldn't say it with 100% certainty just because of camera quality, but that looks like him in terms of the shoes he's wearing, the sunglasses. I don't think I'd specifically seen him wearing that hat, but he was usually wearing a hat, and then jeans. So it definitely, especially the bottom, the last 2, definitely do look like him. Oh, they do look like Tyler Robinson.
And you talked about that with your friends, right? This is like him.
Yeah, his friends. Yeah, I don't know if I don't remember if I talked about it with any of my friends. And then since I didn't have my phone after that for a while, and I still am not using social media, I don't know on my friends' end.
Okay. All right, I want to back up a little bit now. We've talked about September 10th, but let me get a little bit of context here. So, did you game with Tyler?
Yeah.
What kind of games?
We played some just kind of party games together, like anything that would be multiplayer with a group of friends. There was one game he really liked called Sea of Thieves, where you play as like a pirate, and you can fight against people, but most of it's just like fishing, fighting sharks, skeletons kind of stuff. We played some co-op games where it's like you both have to work together to win in whatever way. Way back when, like when I was just out of high school, when I first knew him online, we played some like shooting games together, but I didn't know him very well, so that was just when we had like a whole friend group on to play, and he was someone that my friends invited.
Okay. Did you and he ever talk about politics?
He did more than me. I still don't really keep up with politics very much. He'd usually talk about stuff he heard on the radio on his drive to work in like their work car, since it sounds like their whole crew went in the same car.
He was listening to liberal fucking media radio. Tyler Robinson was not on the far left. Far leftists, especially queer Marxists, don't listen to liberal talk radio. That is absurd.
Most of the time, but I wouldn't say super consistently, because it wasn't a topic I really contributed much on.
What about Charlie Kirk? Did you ever talk about Charlie Kirk?
I personally had never heard him talk about Charlie Kirk before specifically.
Okay. How about political issues? So did you ever talk about gender identity issues and LGBTQ rights?
No, not really. Usually if he did talk about politics stuff, it was relating.
And Amalek, do you want to know why? Amalek, do you want to guess why they're using this part right here to doubt the roommate? Do you want to know why? Should I explain it explicitly like every other time I've tried to tell you this for months and months and months and months and months? Because conservatives and media and Turning Point USA have lied about Tyler Robinson being a far leftist. Had all of conservative media not lied about Tyler Robinson being a far leftist, then there would be no reason to doubt this portion of the testimony, because there would have been no lie. The reason that they think he's lying is because they are all fucking convinced that Tyler Robinson was a far leftist when he was never on the far fucking left. So I will take your $2 Karlyn is right super chat anytime, Amalek. I will accept your penance for obviously being wrong and me obviously being right. You're welcome.
To Trump or current like policies being like issued or voted on, I think. But yeah.
Amalek's gonna get so pissed at me tonight. Amalek's gonna storm out of the stream. He's gonna be so pissed at me.
Okay, so before that you have been?
For a short time, yes.
Okay. And I understand you're going by Luna at some point?
To some people, yeah, but not as an overall thing.
Exactly. This is all I'm saying, guys. You might not want to hear this, but this is reality. Not all trans psychos are on the far left. There are many trans psychos that are not on the far left. That's not what you were talking about and has nothing to do with it. All right. Okay. Well, whatever you say. Fine. Oh, you're talking about that part. Okay. Well, they're also doing the other thing, though. I've seen them do the other thing. I actually have a whole bunch of conservatives in my replies from earlier today saying that he was lying. So they're totally doing the thing I said, too, by the way. You might be right about that, but I am also right about my thing. That is not true. You are so full of shit. You are so full of shit. If you were right on this one, there would be no one in my replies complaining about that kid lying. And they've been in my replies all fucking day complaining about him lying because of that LGBT no talk about politics thing. So no, you may be right about the other thing. Okay, fine, I concede that. I am right about my thing, and we can both be right. And if I'm right about something, that means you were also wrong about that thing.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have for this portion. Let me check and see if I've
We
missed
can
anything.
both be right, but also he can be wrong.
The Dremel that you talked about, you said he had asked for that, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And had he told you it was to inscribe bullets?
Yeah.
And so did you have a Dremel then?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was in our, our apartment, we had a section where we kept all our random tools for household stuff in our lower basement level pantry.
Yeah, that's actually really believable,
so,
actually. Yeah,
Okay.
probably true.
And did you give that to him or tell him where it was?
I just told him where it was, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and end the recording for the 1102 purposes.
All right. That's it, guys. That is the testimony of Lance Twiggs. Now, we will go back to the main event. Actually, let's just rewind a little bit. Let's rewind a little bit. Let's get to the point again where Candace literally says, you know, basically, I don't think Tyler Robinson was even there. And then we will continue with the rest of the Shawn Ryan, Candace Owens interview to see what other crazy shit Candace says in this. And again, as a reminder, I'm watching this just because literally every single person on the internet is talking about Candace Owens right now. And I just feel woefully ill-equipped because I've been doing my level best to ignore Candace Owens for a while, ever since I really decided that she was full of shit with all this Charlie Kirk stuff, and that she probably really was in love with him. I wasn't actually convinced about the conspiracy theories about Candace being in love with Charlie and being pissed off that Erica married him and all that stuff until this stuff just kept going and going and going and going and getting more crazy and outlandish. I don't know, man. So we're going to watch the rest of this because I need to be informed about what crazy shit Candace Owens has been saying in the context of this being a complete and total distraction to everything else on the internet. So here we go.
Who my significant other,
Yeah.
you know, I wouldn't be
trying
so
to
what do
work
you
out.
what do you think is going on? I mean, who is Tyler Robinson? What the fuck was he doing there? Who do you think is behind this?
I don't
Do you think
Tyler Robinson was there.
you don't think he was there?
No. I think he's a total patsy. I think they get lookalikes and they get everybody wearing the same outfit. I think he played a role, and I believe that what he did was he picked up clothes and he dumped them behind the Dairy Queen. I think he had a role, but I do not believe that Tyler Robinson is the person who was walking in that staircase. I do not believe the person walking in the staircase was even the person that we saw running off of the roof. I don't even know what day that person was running off the roof because there's only one eyewitness to him having been on the roof, and the person who says that he saw him crouching low, the person that shared the video of the guy on the roof and was like, look up here.
Probably.
Somebody just got up there. I spoke to that individual.
She had a vision.
And he never saw a shot fired. Never
With
said that he saw a shot fired.
power.
Knows about weapons and finds it really unusual that the prosecution hasn't reached out to him. So I don't know what happened. I just know what didn't happen. And I feel confident stating that Tyler Robinson did not murder Charlie Kirk, whether or not he was an accessory to the crime. Do I believe he was at Dairy Queen dropping off clothes? Yeah. how did he get mixed up in that? I don't know. Maybe he was blackmailed. Maybe he got involved in some weird stuff online. That's the easiest way for the feds to blackmail someone. I think his roommate is a federal asset, Lance Twiggs. The person.
Why do you think that?
Because the police didn't even question him, which is bonkers. Yeah, Lance Twiggs. I spoke to Lance Twiggs, his family, and they think he's involved. And they don't understand why the police just sat him down for a few hours and then let him go. And they said he's involved in a lot of bad stuff. He lived with them for a little bit, that he's into, weird categories of pornography as well. And so they were shocked that the police just had never had any interest in Lance Twiggs. And he is crucial to the story that they're trying to tell as the roommate. If you're dating, if they're in a gay relationship and you're dating him, you would have access to his guns. You would have access to, you could easily set up somebody that you're dating. And that's what my gut tells me is Lance Twiggs is a federal asset.
Shit. Who was the guy? Wasn't there a guy that said he did it? That was also at 9/11 or something?
Oh, I call him decoy boy number 1, George Zinn.
What the fuck is that?
So George Zinn instantly gets up, says he did it, his pants fall, and people are recording him, and it creates, I guess, just a bit of a distraction. What I have on authority from the hospital that he went to after, he went to the hospital to get treated for some mild injuries, is that he told the nurses that he was paid to do it, but he didn't know where the money was coming from.
And this guy was also in New York when 9/11 happened.
That was weird.
I don't know if he was in New York, but he has some story about 9/11.
There's some weird connection.
Some very weird connection. Yeah.
I don't know exactly what it is. I can't remember, but.
No, you're correct. But that's what he told the nurses that day, that he was paid to do that. But he didn't know who exactly was paying him, just that he was going to be paid for that.
Do you think he was killed because he was going against Israel?
1,000%.
Why
1,000%.
him? Lots. You go against Israel. Why not you?
Well,
why are you still here?
I think if Andrew Colbert is to be believed, he told me it was supposed to be me, which was an interesting thing to say.
What?
Andrew Colbert said to me a few days after the assassination, and at the moment I just took it as poorly expressed grief, because I didn't find Andrew to be suspicious, because I just didn't, my mind wasn't there. But he said to me on the phone, it was supposed to be you, verbatim.
Are you serious?
But I thought that was just, he was crying, I was crying. I thought he
legitimately said it was supposed to be you.
It was supposed to be you.
I also think that Andrew Colbert and Blake Neff have behaved really suspiciously in this whole thing. And again, that doesn't mean I think that what Candace is saying is correct, but just from my kind of like outside observations, especially Blake Neff, to be really honest with you, Blake Neff wasn't even with TPUSA for that long, and he's acting like he was like Charlie Kirk's lifelong best fucking friend. Like, Blake Neff used to work for Stu Peters. Like, that whole thing is really, really, really fucking weird. It was weird when there's an old man screaming that he did it from the very beginning. I remember that in real time. It was weird. It was fucking weird, Amalek.
So I have questions about that.
And it may just be that he's a retarded agitator. Fine, but you can't say that wasn't fucking weird. You can't be like, an old man screaming that he did it is just totally fucking normal. No, it's not normal. It's fucking weird. Even if he was a retarded agitator, even if that is just like the most logical explanation for it and the correct one, it doesn't matter. It's still fucking weird.
Now, given everything that happened in the lead up to that, I think Charlie knew something. I think the biggest question that has not been answered in all of this is what happened at the Hamptons when Bibi Netanyahu called.
I don't know about this.
So it was a couple of weeks before Charlie died, well, August 5th and 6th, he did a summit at Bill Ackman's house where, you know, Bill Ackman was kind of hosting a bunch of pro-Israel people. And Charlie was pressed on his changing views. And he was pressed by Seth Dillon. Voices were raised. And he wanted to know why he's not, you know, why you can't criticize Bibi Netanyahu and not be called anti-Semitic. There was a smaller dinner that took place, and Bill Ackman, Erica was present, and Bibi Netanyahu called. Now, what I was told directly from Andrew Colbert, which Erica didn't know that my source was Andrew Colbert on this. She was surprised. And
you know, Amalek, if you want to fight with me in the chat, you can just come on the stream. You can just come on the stream. I'm just saying.
Person when I told her this was that Bibi offered to take Turning Point USA to the next level. And Charlie said no. In exchange for what? Also, how does an organization that's pulling in $150 million a year, what is the next level? It's a lot of money, $100 million a year. In exchange for what? Do you think in exchange for him pledging to preach free markets and capitalism?
Pledging undying loyalty.
So at the moment that you refuse an offer from a man that deranged, that psychopathic, that bloodthirsty,
that much power.
You know something. You know,
he obviously has
it's in exchange for something.
Enormous amount of influence over the current administration.
Correct.
I mean, enormous amount of influence. It's pretty fucking obvious. I think everybody's seeing it.
I mean, listen, I kind of think that like Megyn Kelly is already going against Candace in her own way. And I always thought Megyn Kelly would get there, if I'm being honest about it. I know Megyn Kelly likes Candace, but like, I think Megyn Kelly's issue with what was going on was like people just being blatantly Israel first. I think that was more of her issue than like the Charlie Kirk thing really was. So, but like, does Megyn Kelly really need, like, do we need people calling each other out? Like, I don't need Megyn Kelly to call out Candace Owens. I think like it's going to become self-evident that, yeah, I think Candace has been making this shit up all along. Candace Owens is a narcissist, guys. I'm not saying that colloquially. I'm saying I actually think Candace Owens has narcissistic personality disorder. That means she's going to say and do whatever she needs to do to enrich herself and make herself more successful. That's it. And she's always been like that, like from day one.
In exchange for what? I'll take your company to the next level. Cool. What in exchange for what? I think it's a $1 trillion question. And Erica, when I asked her about that, and she admitted the Bibi Netanyahu call happened, that she was there, and she said, "Oh, he was just calling because Charlie had written him a letter in May." And it's just so stupid. So stupid. Oh, he's not busy. He just was calling to say, "Hey, toodles. Like, just wanted to know how you're doing. I saw your letter. Thanks for it." And he was just, I said, "That's it." Okay. So I'm supposed to believe Andrew lied about that he offered to take it to the next level. And she was coming to say, no, that didn't happen. He just wanted to just check in with Charlie. That's not true. She's lying. And I know she's lying because then somebody in Andrew Colbert's family orbit reached out to me and said that definitively happened because Andrew said that when Charlie said no, he lost millions. Andrew Colbert lost millions when Charlie said no.
Oh.
Now you wonder, how does a PR guy lose millions? He's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. And then I had to remind myself that he owns a piece of the Charlie Kirk show, right? So I don't know if it was going to be via the Charlie Kirk show, which was at that moment with Salem. Salem has recently filed, under FARA. They're working with that Faith by Works and the whole thing, and Salem is a part of that filing. So they are effectively foreign agents. I don't know how that money was going to come in. That's another question that if we had any real journalists, they would be exploring that. But
true.
Yeah, Bibi Netanyahu calling
I'm hot again.
And Charlie not just refusing it, but he had anger towards Bibi. He did. And how do you know? Because Bibi Netanyahu that month did a ton of shows. Very strange, by the way, that a prime minister of Israel was suddenly hitting the orbit, doing PR. He did a ton of shows. I mean,
That was
Patrick
weird.
David's
Actually, I
show,
agree with Candace on
Brendan
that.
Tatum's show, and he hadn't before that done any sort of podcasting since he was like hawking his book, like years ago. He didn't do Charlie Kirk's show because Charlie didn't want to have him on. Again, something told to me as a fact by Andrew Colbert. Charlie refused to have Bibi Netanyahu on a show. So if you want to know how Charlie was feeling about Israel and Bibi Netanyahu, there's your answer. How people couldn't see the Israel threat in this doesn't make any sense to me.
I can't believe he said it was supposed to be you.
He did.
Does that scare you?
I mean,
you seem fearless.
We're all here for a blip. And I think it's not about not having any fears. It's about what scares me more, right? What scares me more is considering the world that our children will inherit if we stay quiet. Because we feel it right now. We feel the squeeze. We feel the evil. We feel the cloud. It's there. And you have a bunch of people who, whether it's for money or for fear, are allowing it to happen. And there are so many historical lessons about what can happen to a country when good men do nothing. And so what scares me is thinking about what's going to be like in America when my children are my age, because I was too scared to say something when Charlie Kirk was publicly assassinated and the most powerful people in the country colluded to lie about it. If Charlie Kirk was not safe in the United States of America, nobody is. Nobody is.
Do you feel this is your responsibility?
To figure out what happened and to keep the investigation going? I don't know if it's like I don't know if responsibility would be the word that I would use. I just know that it's a part of my journey. I know that it's not a coincidence that Charlie kept telling me he was going to die young, that he had really, really deep visions about his death in 2018, very specific visions about the fact that he was going to die young, and that he knew that I would be the one to fight. There are things that we don't understand. We're not meant to understand them, right? But there is something that is moving me that feels bigger than me. I know it matters. And when I read back those conversations and think about how I was like, you need to get some sleep. You're probably just tired. No, you're not going to die young. My death is going to be tied to Turning Point USA. From the moment I signed on the dotted line, he said he has the dream. He had the dreams repeatedly.
What were the dreams?
That he was going to die young, that he was going to die in a very tragic way. And that his death would be tied to like saving the world, waking up the world about something. And at the time, what do you say with that, right? It'd be weird if I was like, okay, sure, give me a plan. What would you like me to do when you die young? Like, what was I going to say? When I read it back, it's haunting. It haunts me. And it haunts me because now in the way that he was dreaming in 2018, I have had the most vivid dreams since he's died. And I don't discount them. I know there is just something spiritually pulling me and guiding me in ways that I don't really understand. And so I just give into that. It's like he went out and something awakened in me.
I mean, when you're talking about evil prevails when good men do nothing, do you think that, I think about this all the time too. It's one of my favorite quotes. I feel part of me feels like it's a responsibility to do what I do, just like You do, I think. But how much impact do you think you can really make?
I try not to stop and measure my impact. I know that every day when I wake up and when I decide what I want to cover, I am doing it out of a unique passion. I care. And something is motivating me that is real. And I think people respond to that. And it's made a difference. Charlie is trending every day. He's trending every day. And that's not what they wanted. They wanted everyone to stop talking about him the moment Erica and Trump hugged on stage at the memorial. And she said, I forgive him. That was supposed to be the end.
That was so weird, too.
It was weird. Everything was weird. Everything has been strange. Most of all, his wife. And watching there's this almost subhuman answer that they are trying to provide, which is, well, we have money. We have power, so just get in line.
Listen, again, people can think whatever they want. I'm allowed to be critical of Erica Kirk. Like, I do find it to be very weird that Erica Kirk hates Candace Owens more than she hates Tyler Robinson. I understand Erica Kirk hating Candace Owens. Fine. Candace Owens has been an absolute cunt to Erica and Erica's family. I totally get Erica hating Candace Owens. I do not get Erica Kirk hating Candace Owens more than she hates Tyler Robinson. That doesn't make sense to me at all.
Like that's gonna be the cure here for all the skepticism, is just to apply more money, more influencers.
And why can she forgive Tyler Robinson, but she can't forgive Candace Owens? Why can she forgive the man who allegedly murdered her husband, but she can't forgive Candace for... Candace has done a lot of shit. Again, I'm not trying to excuse Candace's behavior, but if you can forgive the person who shot your husband in cold blood, I would think that forgiving a podcaster is like a significant amount easier than that.
More attacks on the people who are looking into it. I mean, Turning Point USA attacking Joe Kent. I mean, it's just for trying to investigate whether there could have been any foreign ties. Think about how bizarre that is.
Oh, I know.
And what's more bizarre is that they don't recognize it as bizarre when they do it. What's wrong with these people? The social IQ there is something that disturbs me. Their inability to understand that what they're doing is going to register to the public as remarkably suspicious. Case in point, did no one tell you that you shouldn't be on a Zoom call laughing about emojis 6 days after your husband got killed? Does someone have to tell you that? What has been rinsed out of you that you don't recognize that there's something deeply wrong with that? To get onto a Zoom call 11 days after he's been assassinated and say, we're moving on with Turning Point 2.0. My husband is dead, not to be morbid, but he's dead. That's acceptance.
Do you think that she had something to do with it? She was complicit? Or we were talking about this earlier. I came here from Boca Raton, Florida. It's the shallowest fucking place on the planet. You see 19-year-old girls with 76-year-old men every single day playing tonsil hockey and more, that's just what that place is.
Gross.
Do you think that maybe when they met, she was, she just saw a paycheck and she's a narcissist and had no feelings, no love, no nothing for him, just wanted to marry into a guy who's making $150 million a year?
Even if everything you just said was true, she was motivated by money to marry him. She didn't actually love him. Let's even add that she hated him secretly, right? When someone dies like that, you still have a human reaction.
Mm-hmm.
So who would you say is his arch nemesis? Nick Fuentes? Okay.
Mm.
He delivered a more impassioned response to what happened to Charlie than Charlie's wife did.
That's true, actually.
Even your
Actually, yes, Candace is correct about that. Nick Fuentes' show, right after Charlie Kirk died, if you've never watched it and you think you hate Nick Fuentes because of all the clickbait, like, you should go back and watch Nick Fuentes' show, like, when he was like commenting for the first time on Charlie Kirk's death. It was one of Nick's all-time great shows. It really was. He was an adult. He was a professional. He was, I think he had exactly the right tone for what was required, especially given the position that Nick was in of being a constant antagonist to Charlie Kirk. Like, he was completely appropriate, and it was a really good show. Nick Fuentes absolutely had a better response to it than Erica Kirk. Erica Kirk's response to it was weird. And again, I think we can say, like, okay, Erica, your husband just died. It's a tragedy. Of course you're going to behave oddly, so you can give her a certain set of allowances for that. And, like, okay, we can make allowances here. Her husband just died. But Nick's response was 1,000 times better.
Even your worst enemy. That's what I'm saying. Like, remove all that. Even if it's your worst enemy in life, when someone dies like that, it stirs you because you're like, okay, I didn't like this guy, but, like, man, I didn't want him to die like that. That's not how I wanted. I wanted to, debate him. I was having fun hating him, whatever it is. That we couldn't get that from his wife. And when I go back, because I think I did suffer, my sister said to me, right away, she came down, I couldn't eat. And she said to me, Candace, you need to recognize that to watch somebody that die like that, it's like a brain trauma. Like, my brain was like trying, and I'm sure you understand this because military guys deal with death, I think, a lot more than we do, like traumatic death like this, but it's like a brain trauma. It's the only way you can describe it. And so I was not even paying attention to certain things that I now see with very clear eyes, like her speech, like you said, at the memorial. Erica actually doesn't really tell you anything about Charlie in that speech. It's a speech that's laying the groundwork for Turning Point 2.0. She tells you, every time she speaks about Charlie, she actually tells you about how great she is, how much he loved her, how he wrote her notes, how he wanted her to take over Turning Point USA. And she didn't write the speech. I learned that because they fired a bunch of people, that she didn't write the speech. Erica doesn't write her own speeches. The idea of not writing the eulogy, and that's why we don't learn anything about him, that we couldn't find on Wikipedia. There was no
substance.
There's no substance. Who was Charlie outside of Turning Point USA? You can't find out in that speech. All Charlie wanted was Turning Point USA 2.0. Turning Point. He cared about the students. He cared about looking after men like Tyler Robinson. I forgive him. This is what Turning Point's all about. Turning Point. How many times they say Turning Point? I mean, even at her podium speech, and I felt weird about it the first time when the 48 hours afterwards, she said, you want to help? Here's what you can do. Go to turningpointusa.com. Out of nowhere, an ad read. The first time she addresses the nation, go to turningpointusa.com.
Holy shit.
I can't even stomach the idea of being able to say something like that. But her whole idea was that this is what he wanted. He wanted your money to go to Turning Point USA. And then you can contrast it with Vanessa Bryant's speech. And you see what a grieving widow looks like. And you listen to the stories she told. I rewatched her speech and I couldn't get through it because I loved Kobe. I loved Kobe Bryant. And I loved Kobe on the court. He was amazing at what he did. But how weird if she had given a speech of he dribbled every single day and what he loved was the Lakers. And if you want to support the Lakers and support no, she said, we didn't even know Kobe. By the time you get through her speech, you realize you didn't know Kobe. I loved Kobe, who he was in the court. This is her husband, and she knew Kobe. And she shared that with us in her eulogy, Vanessa Bryant, who he was as a father, who he was, who he was at home. And you realize there's no humanity in Erica's speech. She doesn't want you to think of Charlie as anything other than a vehicle for Turning Point USA, and he was so much more than that. He was so much more than that. Like,
yeah, I agree with Candace
and
on this point.
I think that's why, in retrospect, people watched my show, and people like Taylor Lorenz said, "Why do I feel like," she tweeted, "Why do I feel like Candace Owens is the only one that actually cared about him?" I didn't even realize that when I was just saying, you know, sharing all of those like little moments that I had with Charlie, that was unique. And that nobody was getting that from anybody who worked with him. They were just
That
trying
is
to encourage you to
weird,
donate to
guys.
Turning Point
It
USA.
just is.
This is what he would have wanted you to do.
I mean, maybe this is just a reflection of like the right-wing commitment to narrative above being human fucking beings. It is very weird that all of these people around Charlie Kirk are like, Charlie Kirk's my best friend. They're all posting pictures with Charlie Kirk. None of them are sharing personal story. What do you do when you go to a funeral? What do you do when you go to a funeral and then you all go out to like someone's house or like a restaurant after the funeral to have like lunch or whatever? You share stories. You share stories. Here are my memories with this person, and that's what helps people mourn. It is very weird that we didn't get any of that from Erica Kirk. We didn't get any of that from all the people around him at Turning Point USA. All of his supposed best friends who are now coming out saying, no, you weren't friends with Charlie. I was friends with... Like, you got to give Candace this point. Candace at least has, for all of her faults, and yes, I do believe she was probably in love with Charlie Kirk, and I think that, well, to the extent that a narcissist can be in love, I don't think that narcissists can really ever truly be in love, but to the extent that they can experience some, like, attachment to someone, I do think that Candace probably did want Charlie to marry her, to make her the heir apparent to the thing. I think that there's probably truth in that. But Candace at least shared personal stories and said, like, here's the human being that I got to see because I traveled with him and I did all this stuff and we were friends for a really long time. Here's the human being that I got to see. And we haven't really had that from Erica Kirk. We just haven't. We haven't had it from the people at Turning Point USA. We haven't had it from any of Charlie Kirk's so-called best friends. Why? Why? Of all the times to do that, especially if you want to honor Charlie Kirk. And like, what an opportunity to humanize Charlie Kirk to people who may have thought he was a monster or may have like, maybe had never even heard of him. Guys, there were a lot of people who didn't even know who the fuck Charlie Kirk was. There were a lot of people who maybe they had heard his name in passing one time, but they didn't know anything about him. What a missed opportunity for the people who were supposed to love Charlie Kirk more than anyone else, were the people supposedly carrying on Charlie Kirk's vision. What a missed opportunity for them to really humanize Charlie Kirk to the masses. They didn't do it. And that is very weird. And I think that might be just a reflection of like the conservative commitment to the narrative, the narrative, the narrative, the narrative, the narrative. They put the narrative above everything else. And in the process of doing so, they divorce themselves from humanity.
Holy shit.
He wasn't like, yes, he loved building and he loved politics and all those things, but the actual Charlie was, he was just so funny. Like, I mean, just like the fact that they didn't tell you who Charlie was and how he was really good at voices and like he could mimic anybody's voice. And he just had the best sense of humor. He really did. And everything was just left on the table. They didn't care. It was all about building what Erica was going to step into.
Man.
That's weird.
Wow.
It's weird and it's almost inhuman, honestly. Weird and almost inhuman. Okay, no, fast forwarding. Sorry, Shawn Ryan, no commercial.
Candace 7 looks to you. So 2007 looks like you got threats in your senior year.
Yeah.
What was that about?
I wrote about it in my first book. It was one of these moments that I think made me understand the media and how the media functions, sort of their ability to lie or sort of to create a narrative. And in retrospect, what happened could have just been understood in like a very high school way. I had a best friend who was a guy friend of mine. And I think he's gay, by the way. I think he ended up being gay in life. But he and I hung out all the time until I got my first boyfriend. And that was it. I was totally the typical standard, ditch all your friends, spend nonstop time with your boyfriend. And he was really angry and bitter about that. Not because he liked me or anything, but it was just, I guess, a disruption. And so one night, I guess, he rounds up a couple of guys who I had never met in my life, which is why it was scary when it happened, because I was thinking, I don't know who would leave me these messages. And they left, the boys. And I mean, the youngest was like 12 years old, I think, having his first beer. And they left like horrifically racist messages. Like, there's no question. We're going to put a bullet in the back of your head, like Rosa Parks. I mean,
holy shit.
It was a lot. And when it happened, I was like, what on earth? Like, who's calling me? I didn't think it was him because the voices weren't his. He had different people in the car, but one of the people ended up being the mayor and then eventual governor of Connecticut's son, which turned it into a political thing. And suddenly now everyone wanted to cover this. I hadn't even reported it myself. I actually was just talking about it in a philosophy class in high school. And my teacher at the time, who's now the principal of the school, of the high school, he's great, loved him. He was like, this is absolutely unacceptable. Look, you're going in right now and reporting this. And so he went right into the principal's office and reported it. And then it felt like everything was taken completely out of my control. And it was like front page fodder because it was, look what the mayor's son was involved in. I had never met the kid in my entire life. And the racism theme and the NAACP is showing up on the steps of my high school. They had never spoken to me, but the NAACP has got an NAACP. So that kind of shaped my ideas about them as well. Because no one cared about how we felt at that point. No one cared about really what probably should have happened is he probably should have been forced to apologize. And they probably, rather than smearing him as a racist, I mean, was he a racist? No, we were best friends. That's kind of the point. Did he do something and say something racist? Yes. You will be surprised how, when you're trying to hurt someone, how easily available it is to use a racist term, even when you're mad. I mean, there's comedic skits about that. Everyone turns into a racist as soon as someone cuts them off in a car, right? Like, this Spanish guy just cut me off. You know what I mean? Suddenly we're all racist when we're angry. Right? There's some truth to it. You know, you catch yourself. Yeah, you sexist.
That's actually, this is where Candace's liberal comes out. I'm sorry, Candace. If a brown fucking Mexican almost hits my car, and I say a brown fucking Mexican almost hit my car, that is a statement of fact. It is not racist to state that person is a brown fucking Mexican. It is not racist. It is a statement of fact.
This too, woman driver, like female, it's a Chinese man behind the wheel. And so it was, you know, the micro of that, pretty much. And more traumatizing than the messages was then having my life completely ripped from me and becoming like this micro celebrity victim, right? And nobody cared. And everyone's life got ruined in a different way. The kids I know ended up getting into a lot of trouble. I think the kid that was my best friend, I ended up leaving school for a bit and homeschooling, just because I wanted, while the FBI was investigating the authenticity of the message, as if it was, I'm sure that was being pressed.
Oh, the FBI got involved?
Yeah, they did. And I think it was just because of the element of the
now. Tommy's
politician
on his
who was
account with his
trying to
real name.
pretend his son didn't do it, as if what I called myself casually, like, and left these messages. I don't know why all that was even necessary. They should have just confessed, but I think they tried to get away with it in like a weird, stupid way. And the kids ended up getting arrested, and it was definitely not, it was just wasn't dealt with in the right way. And it became this really big thing that ruined a lot of lives. And I think for a kid to be branded as a racist for doing something one night is really heavy. It's really heavy, especially when it's just fundamentally not true, right? Like I said, he wouldn't have been my best friend if he was a racist. And I will maintain that he was not a racist. He did something really stupid and said a lot of really racist stuff when he was drunk. People make mistakes. it's hard, especially now in today's environment, to allow kids to make mistakes. Everything is so recorded. I mean, you see what they do if they find one tweet that someone sent that said, the N-word when they were 11 years old. And I remember sitting with my younger cousin one time, and he plays, what's the game? Not Grand Theft Auto, but it's one that's like it, where there's like
just for the absolute record, I do not regret any tweet that I may have sent calling Myron Gaines the N-word with the hard R. I don't regret that tweet. I don't regret it at all. And if someone ever wants to use that against me, because I know there are screenshots floating around, I literally have zero fuck off regrets about tweeting that Myron Gaines was the N-word with the hard R, because it's a statement of fact.
A lot of guys love it. It's Call of Duty. Call of Duty. And he literally was 12 years old. And he's in the chat. Have you ever seen this Call of Duty chat? I'm sure you have, maybe. And it's unbelievable. It's just like this whole, and he's in there saying whatever and saying Allah Akbar and throwing a bomb. And he's like a 12-year-old kid. And I'm just sitting here going, okay, this is just 12-year-olds just trying everything out, saying what they can. You're going to push boundaries. I mean, it's a part of coming of age. It's like you push boundaries. And, Louis C.K. did a really good skit talking about what the phones are taking away from people. And it's this natural stage where people want to try out being mean. And if you say something to someone's face and you see how they react, and then you realize you don't really feel good being mean, it doesn't actually feel good to be mean. It allows you to kind of edit yourself as a human being. And things are really easy when you add technology as a layer. It's easy to tweet something stupid. It's easy to, say something vicious in the comment section. And we're now dealing with a generation of kids who are growing up terminally online. Whereas when I was growing up, my dad had a beeper, right? And so I don't have to think about the record where I'm sure I experimented with being mean in middle school, and social media has added another dynamic to it. So I kind of reflected on that, and again, don't regret any of the lessons from it, but I really do think that it's just seeing the obsession to politicize, and the NAACP and the Democratic mayor looking to try to cover this up. It kind of gave me an early introduction to
I have an N-word path,
what politics is, which is not really about solutions, but
you saw it right through all that shit at 17 years old.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I lived it, and it didn't help me. And so also even just the politics of victimhood. This is a victim. Like, who wants to be a victim?
A lot of people.
Yeah. Well, because money is made, and that is kind of the NAACP's grift. In that is, find me a black victim, and I'll show up and be in front of the cameras screaming about how racism still exists. And by the way, people are always going to say racist words and sexist words, and I am just not a big believer in that. I'm not a believer at all in the idea that this is stopping me from getting from point A to point B. It's not really my business if somebody doesn't like black people. Personally, I think everyone's just gotten too nosy. You're allowed to, when people ask me why I don't find, the inflammatory language to be such a threat. And it's just dumb. I find a lot of it to be really dumb. And if you're somebody who thinks I don't want to ever date a black girl or a Spanish girl or a white girl, have at it. Man, it doesn't really impact my life. And so a lot of the hyper focus on that is because it keeps people constantly divided and warring and forming an opinion about stuff that doesn't actually empower any of us. And the people that are intentionally constantly stoking the flames of that are people at the top, of course.
Does the NAACP actually do anything for the black community?
No.
Nothing.
They just find another victim and raise money. Of course, if your entire bottom line relies upon racism existing, you don't ever want to go out. Duh, common sense. It's sort of like, you even saw this with GLAAD, to give another example. Their whole grift was all about gay marriage, and then they got gay marriage, and they were like, oh.
And then they transitioned over to queer liberationists, and it was a completely different thing.
Got any more letters in that LGB bag? And they're like, actually, here's a T, a Q, an R.
Let us
S.
invent some.
Yeah, exactly. So these people are not actually looking to solve problems. They're looking to constantly have a problem that needs to be solved so that they can fundraise off of it.
Damn,
They
what a
create
shame.
problems. Like,
I mean, I feel like
Not exactly what happened.
racial derogatory racial terms. I mean, it seems like they've completely lost the weight.
Yeah.
Because they've overused it.
Yeah.
Everything in every
possible regard.
demographic.
Yeah. And you just also we just need people to be tougher. Like, you'll be fine if somebody calls you the N-word. You'll be fine if somebody calls you a racial slur. Like, we just need to kind of build tougher people than to think that they're all coming apart because they've been called a name. Like, I want my kids to be tougher than that, you know?
Why do you think do you think it's for the money, the donations, whatever it is, like the
100%.
NAACP, or do you think it's bigger than that? Do you think, I mean,
it can get bigger than that.
The divide and conquer.
Absolutely. BLM was that example. I mean, when they get going, they can cause people to be at each other's throats, warring.
Yeah, we got
They will
a
cause a
super
civil
chat
war before.
from Mountain Goddess. Thanks so much, Mountain Goddess. The best book I read that woke me up to color, Communism and Common Sense by Manning Johnson, written in 1958 by a former Black communist. Same org views still exist today. Well, I'm going to go ahead and disagree with you that the same organizations that existed in 1958 still exist today. I'm going to go ahead and disagree with you on that. There have been significant evolutions in what the far left does in the real world since 1958. But I do appreciate the recommendation, and I do appreciate the super chat. Thanks so much.
Or they get people looking at the corruption of what they're doing. And that's been tale as old as time.
Who do you think they is? They's a lot of different people.
Well, it depends on what we're talking about. You know, there's totally different categories of topics that I cover on the show.
Yes.
You know, I think the biggest issue that we have right now in America, without question, is Israel.
True.
Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And the satanic people who support what they're doing.
No, not satanic, Candace.
The
No.
bloodthirst, the control, they behave like a mafia. And I'm talking specifically about Zionists. And sometimes people will say, well, when you say Zionists, you mean Jews. I want to be very clear. The Judeo-Christians can be some of the most toxic gang-like people who are part of the same apparatus. So you actually...
Is Amalek still here? Does Amalek have to give Candace a W? Does Amalek have to give Candace a dub on that one? I think he might.
The bloodthirst, the control, they behave like a mafia. And I'm talking specifically about Zionists. And sometimes people will say, well, when you say Zionists, you mean Jews. I want to be very clear. The Judeo-Christians can be some of the most toxic gang-like people who are part of the same apparatus. So you actually can't isolate it.
Mm-hmm.
But I have...
Should I clip that and tag both Amalek and Adam Green in it? I don't want to push it too far with Amalek. I feel like I poked him several times today. I feel like I just kept poking the Aries moon male several times today to try to get him to pop off. And Adam doesn't deserve shit from me. Adam is such a good guy. He doesn't deserve to get shit from me to like collect Amalek's stray shit post. Yeah, I think I have to do it. I think I have to clip Candace right now and tag Amalek and Adam Green in it. Hang on. So let's take 2 seconds. I have to do it. I'm obligated by rules of the internet, guys. It has to be done.
And I'm talking specifically about Zionists. And sometimes people will say, well, when you say Zionists, you mean Jews. I want to be very clear. The Judeo-Christians can be some of the most toxic gang-like people who are part of the same apparatus. So you actually can't isolate it.
Mm-hmm.
But I...
Okay. Stop. Save. Put down the definitely not weed. Okay. I'm going to let this play and I'm going to edit on this end.
I have found, which has been the experience, I think, of a lot of people, especially over the last year. This is a gang. This is a mafia. This is not normal. What they did, the pressure they put Charlie under, what they did to me, what they're currently doing to Megyn Kelly. I mean, Megyn Kelly, I think, is probably the greatest example. Actually. What did Megyn Kelly do? Like, Megyn Kelly was like, I'm a Zionist. And they were like, we don't care. You say something about Tucker Carlson right now, or we will destroy you.
Yeah.
And you.
That's a
Candace is right about
mafia.
that.
And you.
Yeah. And me. That's a mafia. That is, you are with us or you are against us. And I faced that obviously in my own life and saw that, and I called it out for what it is. And it's, by the way, we're late to the party. Michael Jackson was trying to say what it was. Kanye West was trying to say what it was. They lived through this mafia. And finally, we have people understanding that.
What did Michael Jackson say?
Michael Jackson had a list of the 6 Jewish people who he said were messing with his life. Rabbi Shmuley was on the list. I can't think of the other people that were on it, and that they called him an anti-Semite. They called him an anti-Semite because he was talking about control in Hollywood and people that he was fighting for control.
Who's Rabbi Shmuley?
He's just a crazy,
He's an
deranged
insane
human.
person.
He had a lot to do with the Michael Jackson stuff because he called himself Michael Jackson's rabbi, and really kind of is just a person that is constantly threatening people out in the open, and is somehow allowed to do it because of what his father did for the state of Israel. And often you will find that thread of the people who are the most deranged and the most psychopathic, and yet somehow seem to be allowed to function in society. You just have to figure out who their parents were, who their uncles were, and they've done something for the state of Israel. So they're like in the Zionist mafia, as I describe it. It is a mafia. There's no question in my life. It's in my mind that it is a gang.
What was Kanye saying?
Well, Kanye, he notoriously tweeted that he was going to go DEFCON 3 on some Jewish people that had been toying with his life. And nobody cared when he dropped the actual text messages from his trainer, Harley Pasternak, saying that he would put him back in the hospital and he'd never be able to see his kids again. He drops the messages. We talk about a gangster threat. Like, here's how it's going to go. Harley Pasternak is a trainer, and Kanye was basically, before I was awake to this possibility, I was very much around him when this was all going down, when he tweeted this, and when Adidas pulled his contract. He was at my house and all the stuff that was going on. And he was basically, I just thought I had no idea what he was talking about. I was like very green to this concept of someone saying that their life was a Truman Show. And he was like, basically like, are you a real person? Like, even to me, are you a real person? Like, and I'm like, are you good? Like, what do you mean? Like, you think I'm a character in a show? Are you real? He was going through this. And at its core is he felt like someone was directing his life, and that the people had been controlling him and were, he was going to stand up to these people. But Harley Pasternak was his trainer. I've covered this on my show. He's got a very checkered past. A lot of his clients have died in suspicious circumstances. And he also was like former Canadian CIA, like psychology or something. And then like decided to go be a gym trainer in LA, in Hollywood. And these are handlers. Handlers are real. This is a part of the onion of the Zionist mafia, in my view, is the handlers who are supposed to see if they can bring you back to the side of reason. Can't you see the error of your ways? And even when you're completely right, their job is to gaslight you into thinking that you're wrong. And I've had my experience. I believe that I had handlers and didn't recognize it. But Kanye, when he kind of really woke up to that, Harley Pasternak, he shared the message that Harley Pasternak, his trainer, gym trainer, wrote to him. And he said, here's how it's going to go. Maybe he said, you're going to say sorry or something. And then the message reads, or I'll take you back to Cedar Sinai, because Harley Pasternak is the one that got Kanye put on a Psych 5150 hold when they drugged him. And he said, and we'll take you back to, I think he described it as La La Land. And he said, and play dates with your kids will never be the same. We'll drug you out of your mind.
Wow.
It's in writing. And the media just let it go and said Kanye was crazy. I said, no, Harley Pasternak's crazy. Who the hell is this man? It's not how a gym trainer talks. Who is this guy?
Holy
That's
shit.
wild.
And so when
actually.
Hollywood stars have been screaming and trying to tell you that something is wrong, and that they suddenly wake up to the fact that they're in a prison, the first thing that happens is another layer of the onion comes out and calls them crazy. That's how that works. They say this person's having an emotional breakdown. They diagnose the people. And the reason for that is because it was a that strategy of modern psychology was developed by Sigmund Freud, who was a Satanist, full stop. He was into Jewish mysticism, the occult, Sabbatian Frankism, and he began gaslighting kids who actually were being raped by their parents in Vienna. That is the true story of Sigmund Freud. There's a book on it by the man who controlled his archives called The Assault on Truth. This is a book written by a Jewish man. So there's no anti-Semitism in this book. And he worked under Anna Freud and was due to become the next director of a Sigmund Freud archives. So he was a fan of psychology. He believed in Sigmund Freud's theory, which was that kids are attracted to their parents. Wacky. And then he learned to speak German so that he could read Sigmund Freud's notes and his letters that the public has never seen. And he realized that Sigmund Freud was a complete fraud. And he rang the alarm on it and said he literally saw and knew that these kids were being
Adam
abused,
is not happy.
that these kids were being raped. In some cases in Vienna, they were being raped and murdered in such satanic, vicious.
Adam is already fucking seething about that tweet. Adam and Amalek are so fired up about this whole thing. They're so spun up about it. They're arguing and fighting with everyone on Twitter like all day long. And they say women are the emotional ones. No, it's not. They're seething about. It's funny, okay? You guys can be pissed all you want. It's funny that you're this upset about this. It's fucking funny, all right? It's funny. 1 in the chat if you think I'm right, 2 in the chat if you think I'm wrong. Yeah, basically, this is what I'm doing to both Adam Green and Amalek. I'm like, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching. Yeah, everyone thinks I'm right. No one thinks I'm wrong, obviously.
Occult, ceremonies that they died. And he would then go to the morgue. He observed their injuries. He knew it was real. And he lied because he was protecting his pedophile friends. And so they developed, Sigmund Freud's contribution to society is gaslighting. He created gaslighting. So you can draw a direct line from Sigmund Freud to Hollywood, to modern propaganda. His nephew is Edward Bernays, the World War II propaganda, all of that. That's Edward Bernays. To PR that we have today, that the Freud family is still the biggest PR family in the world. They do PR for the royal family. I mean, Matthew Freud. And this is where we're at, is gaslighting is another onion piece of a layer. So when you realize someone's wronged you and you say, this is wrong, they then send people to try to make you think that you're the crazy person. And I dealt with that firsthand, saw how the mafia moves, trying to convince me that I had done something wrong when I tweeted genocide is always wrong.
Yep. Bacon.
The message.
Well, also steak and eggs, not just bacon, steak and eggs. Bernays was the one who came up with steak and eggs. The reason we have steak and eggs as an American breakfast is because Edward Bernays was doing PR for the steak industry. How much more steak can you sell if you're not only eating steak for dinner, you're also eating steak for breakfast? So, if you have built-in bookcases in your house, and if you have like a bookcase built into the wall, that was an invention of Edward Bernays. I had to study Edward Bernays in school. Like, he literally invented like bookcases that are built into walls and homes because he was doing PR for the book industry. And how do you get people to buy more books? You build bookcases into the fucking homes. So when they move into the homes, they're like, oh, we have these bookcases. We have to fill them with books. And then they go and buy more books. I mean, it's like, it is like a crazy level of like genius simplicity.
Were insane that I received. I had to read my tweet like 1,000 times and go, did I say something in here? Like, genocide is always wrong.
You said genocide is wrong, and then
genocide is always wrong.
Mm-hmm. Holy
books
shit.
were grift. Yep.
Who do you
Books were
think your
grift.
handlers
Yes,
were?
they were. Yep.
I think
how close to you were they?
They were all, I mean, it was very apparent, but it was all around me. I think probably the most skilled handler. And was Marissa. I didn't realize until that moment that, she messaged me and said, like, I want to help you. You don't want to go down this route. If you go down this route, I can't protect you.
Wow.
And I stood up for myself and the messages. And I said, Marissa, go down what route? Like, what am I doing here that's wrong?
Oh, from
I'm
Trigger
a
You?
grown adult woman. I know what
Makes
I'm
sense.
saying. I believe genocide is always wrong. I
makes
mean,
sense.
this was all via
That
text
makes
message, so I
sense.
still have it.
Who's Marissa?
Marissa is the
PragerU.
CEO of Prager University.
Boom!
PragerU.
I knew.
And then, of course, the Daily Wire, who were trying to convince me that I owed Ben an apology for saying genocide is always wrong. I mean, watching that psychological element of them trying to convince me that I had done something wrong was insane. And Dave Rubin was messaging me. It was just full on everyone trying to explain to me, like, let me help you.
Listen, that whole PragerU world is fucked up. And I say that as someone who was in that world because I did a PragerU video in 2020, which is probably one of the biggest fucking regrets I have in my entire career. But I was naive and I thought I was doing the right thing. And I didn't know about any of this Israel shit when I did it, okay? But like, that whole world is weird. It really is. It is very kind of like this core group of people, and they all it's just like like Candace is absolutely right. She was being handled by these people. I felt exactly the same fucking, like, in retrospect, like looking back on it, being smarter like a year after I did the PragerU, I was like, oh shit. Like I've talked about this on the channel, like the realization that I had that I was completely used as a pawn in their fucking system. Do you guys know what it's like to be like used on a national level to advance a political narrative that you didn't even know you were advancing because everyone convinced, like, it was just like, that was one of the most epic mindfucks I've ever had in my life.
It's always the approach of like, I'm your friend and I'm trying to help you realize the error of your ways.
I don't feel bad for Dennis Prager at all. I don't feel bad for Dennis Prager at all. Dennis Prager can go fuck himself right off. Dennis Prager is getting everything coming to him, and I think he's got a lot of karma coming to him, and I don't feel badly for him at all in any way. He's brought it on himself. Sorry, not sorry.
And it's just full-blown gaslighting. And I stood firm on it and was like, no, I know what I wrote. And I meant every word of it. Genocide is always wrong. Still stand by that.
Yeah, you got to be careful. How do you hire?
Well,
that's like the most. I get so fucking paranoid when I have to hire. I mean, everybody hates hiring.
Yeah.
I really fucking hate hiring.
Yeah.
Because I don't trust anybody.
Yeah. I trust my gut.
How do you find your people?
Well, I've benefited from the fact that I've had the same people on my team for over 5 years now. So when I got fired from a Daily Wire, my team came with me, which was a tremendous vote of confidence at the time because we didn't know. We didn't have anything. We were just sort of like, look, we can't give you any benefits. We don't know if this is going to work, obviously. And the Daily Wire at that time was paying, a lot of money. They had benefits. They had security. And, my editor came over, my producer came over, technical director. And so it was a tremendous vote of confidence that they came over with me. So I know that they believe in me and they believe in what I'm doing. So I'm lucky that we don't have a high turnover rate, and I haven't had to be trusting. And I'm just very grateful, I think, to have that. And we're tight. We have a good time. We have fun. I believe in SEAL Team 6. I like to keep the team small and effective. I don't care about, appearances and having 90 people working for me, and, I can dress myself. So it's a small team. And when we do have to hire, I go with my gut. We recently hired a new director, and he's been fantastic. And the reason why he was great is he just totally sits outside of the entire wheelhouse of politics. So he was just a burst of fresh air, and, you know, loves to research. It's just a great positive attitude. And you have to want to be around the people too. You spend a lot of time, you're fighting a lot of battles with them. And so you want to keep them motivated and have a good time and be able to laugh and enjoy each other, have the same values in life. I think everybody on my team is in a really good place in life, like fulfilled by their relationships, by their marriages. So it feels good.
Good for you.
Yeah, we're in a good spot.
Good for you. All right, let's go back a couple years. Where'd you go to college after
I went to the University of Rhode Island. That incident in high school happened when it was in my senior year. So it kind of threw my entire senior year into chaos. And I'm lucky I even applied to college. I almost didn't even apply because it was so crazy. And URI was like close enough. I just applied to URI, got in, went there.
What'd you want to study?
English and journalism. I have a double major in English and journalism, so I think it's quite fitting. Yeah.
Where do we go from there?
Where did I go from there? So actually, the story is I finished my degree later because Sally Mae had
I
a
don't
huge
really care about
collapse
this.
and
Sorry, Candace.
didn't give
Don't
me my
care
loan
about
for my senior
this.
year of initially. I was
What were you doing at Vogue?
Don't
so
care
that's why I
about
was
this.
interning initially. I was interning and I did the
Liberal
whole
to
magazine
conservative,
circuit. So
don't
I
care
did
about
17
this.
magazine, I did Glamour magazine.
Let's go to
Do you think this
assassination
needed to happen?
questions.
Was it all for? I fucking hate that shit. With these people, now they have my number. They can reach me. I fucking hate that shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then what was it all for? This shit that we see? Do you think this needed to happen?
What needed to happen?
This veil to be lifted?
Yeah, I have to believe that. I have to believe it. I am at my core an eternal optimist, and I
Did she talk? I need to go
don't
back a
want
little
to
bit.
said that. I'll cut you this check. And I guess there always has been, because like I was liberal, but I wasn't a Democrat. I didn't vote Democrat, or I thought I was liberal, but actually I was raised conservatively, and my values were always conservative, and I am a conservative. I think it works. I think family works, and that's the most. What are we conserving at the end of the day is the question. And to me, it's traditional families. I think that's our best guard against the government.
I think so too. Honestly, I think that's almost the only. That's might be the only thing that we can really. I don't know. You had said something earlier about, we were talking about, do you feel like it's your responsibility to do what you do?
No, that's not correct. That's not, I'm sorry. That is just not correct. Adam is correct here. Muslims and Marxists are not joining hands. That is not correct, Mountain Goddess. That is not correct. That is what we call a conservative bullshit narrative. Like Marxists do not care about Islam. They never talk about Islam. They never talk about Muslims. They don't talk about Christians either. It is the right and conservative retards who are fuck off obsessed with Islam. That comes from the right. That doesn't come from the left.
And then you'd said you really trust your gut when you're hiring people. I don't know, man. I trust my gut, but maybe I don't fucking trust my gut, because the lead up to this last election was just all lies.
Something happened to Trump, right?
Queers for Palestine is because queer is a far left ideology that wants to overthrow capitalism. And they support Palestine because they believe the Palestinians are in a decolonization effort against the Israelis, who are their capitalist oppressor. The Israelis represent capitalism because they stole the land from the Palestinians. It has nothing to do with Israel being Jewish. It has nothing to do with Palestine being Muslim. Queers for Palestine, which I feel like I've talked about when you've been on the channel before, like probably several times. So I really hope you're fucking listening this time. Queer is about overthrowing capitalism. They believe Palestinians are in an uprising against capitalism. That is what Queers for Palestine means. It has nothing to do with Jewish nothing. It has nothing to do with Islam nothing. Again, that is a conservative bullshit narrative. Gregory, we don't debunk.
Yeah. Well,
every single one of them.
Who else?
Except Joe Kent.
I mean, what did you expect from Marco Rubio?
Absolutely nothing. Exactly what we see.
Exactly.
Yeah. Have you noticed? Have you noticed there's been no queers for Iran? Have you noticed there's been no queers for Iran? If it was all about Muslim, then there would also be a queers for Iran in addition to there being a queers for Palestine. That is an excellent point, Mizakan. There is no queers for Iran for a reason, because they don't believe Iran is fighting capitalism.
Person that I think I placed stock in was Trump. And
no, Gregory,
I mean, there's no other way.
No. We are not talking about your favorite fucking liberal media. We are talking about the far left. That is a completely different thing. Gregory, seriously, I do appreciate the channel memberships you gave earlier, but like, you're going to have to shut the fuck up and listen like a whole lot more on this channel, because you're yapping and yapping and yapping and you're not listening to anything going on, honestly.
Say it. We got, it's kind of shocking the ways that he lied. And so you have to then go, why? This is nothing like Trump 1.0.
Top lip, bottom
Trump 2.0 is totally different. And the obvious answer is, I think that Trump desperately, by any means necessary, wanted to win again. Felt the election, like many people do feel, was stolen from him in 2020. COVID, changing the way we vote. I totally agree with that, by the way. And his entire life's mission then transformed into, I will do anything to win again, including making a deal with the devil and selling my soul.
That's what you think happened.
And he took $300 million from Miriam Adelson, something that he once mocked Marco Rubio from doing. He tweeted once about Sheldon Adelson owning Marco Rubio. And you don't take $300 million from people who run the Vegas.
A very generous woman.
You don't take $300 million from people who run Vegas and tell them no about anything.
True.
That's how it works. You know, that you could talk about that in the micro level. You know, this stuff growing up, basic survival skills, like when people, you know, you don't borrow money from people unless you know who they are. Like, and that's can apply to gangs, you know, it's time to pay up. And so Trump is not his own man, plain and simple. Trump is not running this administration. It wasn't a gift. It wasn't, hey, I really love what you're doing. Here's $300 million. You know, it came with contingencies, demands, one of it being that they wanted to annex the West Bank, which was something that was told to me by Charlie and Andrew Colbert, who were present for that meeting between Miriam Adelson and Donald Trump, that she said that. I'll cut you this check. But when we want to annex the West Bank, that's what they wanted in exchange. So now I think he probably has a little bit of regret taking the money.
You think so?
I think so. I don't think he likes not being his own man. I think that's what a lot of the lashing out is about. I think Trump at his core wants to be liked, and I think he knows he's not liked right now.
You think
he shouldn't be liked right now? He sold us all out to Israel.
How much
sold every single one of us out.
He took this presidency.
The better question is, how much more do they need? How much more does the Trump family need? I mean, when Ivanka swimming to Albania, I was like, what? How much more money do you guys need? When is enough enough?
Never.
Yeah, and that's why you feel like they fully have given themselves in, because none of them were like that before.
You don't think so?
No, I think I spent a lot of time with Don Trump Jr., and he was a real person. And he was certainly a very close friend of Charlie's. He shocked me the most after the assassination because I knew Don. And I challenged right away. I challenged him. I said, if Don Jr., who hunts, that's the guy, he knows the wilderness. If Don Jr. comes out and says he believes that Charlie's neck stopped a 30-06 bullet, I'll back off. I don't think Don Jr. has even spoken about Charlie's assassination since.
Again,
I think a lot of people-
this is another point where I have to say Candace does actually have a good point here. Would we still be talking about Charlie Kirk if Candace wasn't constantly hammering on it? And Candace can be 100% completely wrong in every single thing that she's saying about Charlie Kirk. She can be 100% wrong, but she's still talking about it, which is forcing other people to talk about it. And it does kind of seem very, very odd that there was no mobilization around Charlie's assassination. The entire conservative right should have mobilized that to make him a monumentally huge, mythical inspiration of a being, just like the left does every single time they have something like this happen. What happened with Martin Luther King on the left should have been Charlie fucking Kirk on the right. That's what they should have done. But instead, they all went quiet about it. Like there was no proactive effort to make him into a godlike martyr for his cause, to make him a symbol that would inspire all these future conservative activists. They could have done that, guys. They really could have. And instead they just stopped talking about it. And I really do kind of like agree with Candace on this. If Candace wasn't constantly hammering at this shit, then they would probably just be trying to go on with business as usual and return to their usual bullshit narrative. But because Candace won't allow them to do it, they have to confront this all the time. And you can see they are so fucking pissed off at Candace. If everything that Candace was saying was so easily disprovable, and again, I do believe a lot of it is. I don't agree with Candace on this stuff. I really don't. But if everything she was saying was just so easily disprovable and obviously wrong, then why aren't they doing that? They're just getting more and more and more and more and more pissed at a fucking podcaster. Well, you guys could have mobilized to do something really good and proactive and inspirational that could have impacted the conservative movement for decades upon decades upon decades, and you didn't do fuck off about it. So why?
People are going to go to hell for an eternity. I know a lot of people are going to go to hell for an eternity, but it's
already too late. It's too late. It's too late. You don't get to sit on something for a year and then come back to it. This is why the left always wins and the right always loses. It is too fucking late. It's too late. That's not going to happen now. Chance over. Opportunity gone. Squandered again.
Talked about the mourning process of realizing that Charlie gave so much of his life to put those people into power. Contending with that level of betrayal transformed me.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, no, I don't consider myself to be a Republican. Yes, I do consider myself to be a conservative.
Yeah, I'm the same. I don't even know what the fuck this means. I don't even know if I'll ever vote again.
That's how I feel.
Probably not. I just, going through this and uncovering everything that we've uncovered, nothing's changed. I don't know about you, but for me, it's a fuck ton of stress. Being associated with these people, now they have my number. They can reach me. I fucking hate that shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then what was it all for? This shit that we see. Do you think this needed to happen?
What needed to happen?
This veil to be lifted.
Yeah, I have to believe that. I have to believe it. I am at my core an eternal optimist, and I don't want to give in to despair. And I have to believe that Charlie was right, that his death was going to happen because it would be tied to a global awakening. And I've seen that. I've seen the seeds of that. I've seen the sprouts of that. I see the incredible audience that I have amassed around the world. I mean, going to Russia recently and realizing how big the Becoming Brigitte series was, I had no idea. There is true evil being exposed, and it was easy for evil to control the world when we were dumb and stupid and thought it was impossible, right? Some of these conspiracies. I mean, the fact that we are having real discussions about Freemasonry, about the occult, about true demons, about what demonic possession is, that you can sit here across from Father Ripperger. And I read the comments, and that was a transformative episode, by the way. But to see all the comments of like, I need to go to church now. This episode made me want to go to church. Not, this guy's crazy. What's he on? The Exorcist is just a movie, just a Hollywood movie. That's uplifting. I think that's uplifting. And it had to happen. I think we as a society needed shock treatment. And Charlie's death was shocking in so many ways, not just the death, the administration's reaction to it, his wife. There's so many shock points. It shocked the senses in so many ways. It made us consider things that were so beyond the realm of what we, I think, could have ever thought feasible. I think his assassination had to be live streamed. And the people who are
Why do you say
evil,
that? Some ritualistic thing, or?
Yeah, so for 2 minutes, the people who orchestrated his assassination, it was ritualistic. I think that they wanted it to be publicized in that way because they thought they were then going to harness our emotion from having seen it to their benefit. And what it did was, it certainly did harness emotion, but it was not to their benefit. The emotional reaction that happened, if they could have controlled it and built a conduit for it, would have been amazing. If they could have just channeled it as they wanted to, literally channeling energy, a form of witchcraft, right? And they wanted to channel that energy toward Erica, who in my honest to God perspective, I believe she is a tried and true psychopath. Truly.
Wow.
And I'm not saying that to be
Candace.
Theatrical.
Wow.
I'm not trying to be hyperbolic. I mean,
It sounds a
like
little hyperbolic.
Psychopath.
Candace. It sounds a little hyperbolic.
And I think that is what has shocked them, is that they couldn't do it. And so Charlie's death contributed to an awakening, and I have to keep that perspective.
Honestly, like, Erica Kirk needs to sue Candace Owens' ass. She really does. Erica Kirk needs to sue Candace Owens into the fucking ground. Honestly, I hope she does, man. It would be entertaining.
That,
Keep going.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't even look into his own assassination attempt.
Trump.
Yeah.
Butler.
They
There's a
fucking
reason for
blocked
that.
the investigation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What do you think that was?
I covered that recently on my show, and it should be reopened. And I think it was a successful assassination of Corey Comparatore. I think
Was that the firefighter?
Mhm.
I met his daughter at
Did you?
the inauguration that I never should have fucking went to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, they don't believe the story. They are not satisfied. His family is not satisfied with the investigation. And there was a strange set of circumstances of his best friend from high school having died a couple of years earlier from a plausibly PETN explosive. And I covered that recently.
From a patent explosive?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He worked with them, and I covered it recently on my show.
The firefighter that was killed worked at the patent plant?
His best friend died a couple of years earlier and worked at, he was a supervisor at a company that dealt with patent explosives because they perforated the wells for oil and gas companies, which requires the patent explosive. He died in a mysterious set of circumstances in his backyard where he was burning stuff in a barrel and something exploded and ironically hit his neck and he died instantly. And his friends didn't believe the circumstances surrounding his death. I had heard rumors of an illegal explosive.
Shawn Ryan is regretting ever getting involved with Republican bullshit. Shawn Ryan W. Yeah. Shawn Ryan W. It's a common feeling once you get involved with Republican bullshit and then you get dragged into all their nonsense. And God forbid you try to break up with them because then they're going to smear you and defame you for the rest of your fucking life.
Ring sort of people getting patent illegally. And Corey was this guy's friend since high school. There's a lot of questions about, shortly after Corey died, Israel did their beeper patent explosive attack within like 2 months. It was very quickly. That's weird. All of the stuff could be considered conspiracy, but I think what adds weight to conspiracies are a lack of answers. When there's a lack of answers, conspiracies become weighted. And you can't tell me that it's normal for a man to survive an assassination attempt and shut down the investigation into his own assassination attempt. That doesn't make sense. Trump can't make that make sense.
You think he knows?
Mm-hmm.
That's why he's blocking the investigation. Is it him blocking it or is it the FBI?
Well, if Tucker is to be believed, you can decide whether you believe Tucker or whether you believe Dan Bongino, but I'm going to go with Tucker Carlson.
I would
I'll
go
with
Dan
Tucker.
Bongino. Yes.
I'm going to go with Tucker. And Dan's reaction to what Tucker said was very strange. He was like, he's going to beat up Tucker Carlson or something. I was like, Tucker Carlson's not going to fight you. What is wrong with you? But he came undone when Tucker revealed the conversation they had. And Tucker seemed to be telling the truth that, Dan said that Trump blocked it personally. And that's reflected even in what Don Trump Jr. said. He said, my dad is satisfied with the investigation. I'm not, and I'm going to leave it there. So clearly the directive had gone out from Trump that no more talk about Butler. So make that make sense. You survived an assassination attempt. You're now number one in charge of the country. Why would you not just...
I have no idea why you wouldn't want to know who's trying to fucking kill you.
Mm-hmm.
It just makes...
This is like turning
It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, they don't.
I don't know why it makes sense to so many other fucking people, but it doesn't make sense to me. I would want to know who's trying to kill me.
Yeah. So there's something we're missing about Butler, and it's the exact same stage, so to speak, the exact same play as the Charlie Kirk assassination, where everyone who should be the most curious about investigating is very much not curious about investigating, angry at people that are investigating, and attacking people who want to get answers. The public's going to notice that. The public's going to notice that something's not right. And they're going to begin to suspect the people who purport to be the victims.
Why do you think nobody in this administration is speaking up? Do you think they're all under the same control, or are they all under Trump's control?
We know that Charlie represented almost a solitary voice, maybe outside of J.D. Vance's, in terms of trying to communicate to Trump that getting involved with Iran was a bad idea. That administration is not working for Donald Trump. They're working for Israel. Obviously, Trump is powerless. Everyone can see that.
It's just, I mean, I had Kash Patel sitting right across from me at the other studio, and we just went on and on about the Epstein shit. On and on.
And he lied and lied and lied and lied and lied.
Where's Kash Patel from? He's from Vegas. If Kash Patel has ever had any power in his life, his power came from that entire city was built by Israel. Miriam Adelson has served the IDF. Sheldon Adelson said his biggest regret was not having served the IDF. They've never been, Trump said it on stage. She's more loyal to Israel than she is to our country. It's not a secret. Vegas is a dangerous place. People say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. No, stays in Vegas and gets sent over to Tel Aviv. It's just a city of blackmail, to be honest with you. And they're all kind of tied there. They're all kind of tied, in my view, to Vegas. I mean, Andrew Colvett, he's from Reno. His dad did, legal work on the casinos, and it's like this thing. His brother served. It was, from the Reno unit that went over and were guarding the poppy seeds in Afghanistan. That was his brother, was like colonel lieutenant on that. That was just poppy trafficking.
There are a metric fuck ton of people who have abandoned Donald Trump. So
after that, we had the opioid crisis. And what do we think these wars are about? What did we win in Afghanistan? Poppy seeds. The opioid crisis.
What do you think is going to happen in the midterms? What actually? Let me back
Republicans
up.
are going to get slaughtered.
Now you see Trump speaking out against Israel. You see Vance. I don't buy it either. You see Trump and Vance. Now all of a sudden, it's like, where the fuck did this come from?
I don't want credit
it
for
all
that.
Seems very performative to me, and I'm not sure why they're moving to, I guess, this new act, so to speak.
Because they're destroyed.
Yeah. Maybe because midterms
they're completely destroyed.
Maybe because midterms are around the corner.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, they're fucking destroyed.
So they're going to pretend he's like Mr. Tough Guy again and standing up to Bibi. It's all very performative.
Do you think people are going to buy this shit?
No.
Do you think Israel's in on the act?
Yes.
Me too.
I think you should take them aside.
Did you guys hear today? Guys, Israel has announced that Iran is totally trying to assassinate Trump. Pinky swear, trust me, bro. Israel wants everyone to know that Iran is absolutely trying to assassinate Trump. Did you guys hear that it got announced today? Yeah, okay, Israel. Yeah. Isn't that convenient? When Trump tried to stop the war like 38 fucking times, Israel has sabotaged every single fucking attempt that Trump has made to stop this bullshit war with Iran. And now Israel's coming out and saying, oh, Trump, just so you know, Iran is trying to assassinate you. Yeah. Okay, Israel. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Sounds believable. Okay. Sure.
At their word, when they say we are the directors, the actors, we can infiltrate any organization, any company, we're the script writers. I believe that.
Again,
That's a 60 Minutes interview, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
After referring to, how they were able to infiltrate and get the PETN explosive Petin into the beepers, and how they created all these fake companies with fake employees. And I think about when I hear those words, Charlie and his life, and how I think it became an Israeli Truman Show, but similar for Trump. Everyone around him is just working for a higher boss, and it's the Rothschilds and it's Israel. So all of that is performative. I mean, I couldn't be motivated to vote for midterms.
Yeah, me neither.
Especially after what we saw happen with Thomas Massey,
Mm-hmm.
where they're just so in our face about it now, where they're like, we don't like you. If you have an opinion against Israel, we'll spend.
That's the only thing I can't really put together in my head is we see this act. We see all of a sudden everybody's a tough guy against Israel. Like, oh, right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right around the corner from midterms. But I also don't really believe in the election system because of all kinds of shit we've seen. Spencer.
But similar for Trump.
The fuck was
Everyone
that?
around him is just working for a higher boss, and it's the Rothschilds and it's Israel.
That's funny.
So all of that is performative. I mean, I couldn't be motivated to vote for midterms.
Yeah, me neither.
Especially after what we saw happen with Thomas Massey, where they're just so in our face about it now, where they're like, we don't like you. If you have a opinion against Israel, we'll spend.
That's the only thing I can't really put together in my head is we see this act. We see all of a sudden everybody's a tough guy against Israel. Like, oh, right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right around the corner from midterms. But I also don't really believe in the election system because of all kinds of shit we've seen. Spencer Pratt's race, probably the most recent one, Massey's race.
We're back.
So if the elections are phony, then why do they give a shit about the act?
Because the illusion matters.
Why does it matter?
Because think about if truly tomorrow they came out and said, your vote doesn't mean anything. We've been running the election since the beginning of time. We kill people in broad daylight. Yeah, we did JFK. We did Charlie and we're going to keep doing whatever the hell we want. So F you.
You think something would actually happen?
Yeah. Because it's actually something Charlie said to me when we were traveling once. He said, one of his little pop quizzes, what is one thing that every civilization that has ever had slavery since the beginning of human history, what is one thing that every single one of those civilizations has in common?
I don't know.
I didn't know either. And he said there were always more slaves than masters. And that always stuck with me. The few are able to get all of us to behave. So what they fear is a real revolution. That's why they always stoke the flames of internal unrest, because if all of us were in lockstep and we were like, let's go kill these pedophiles, let's go take care of business, that's the biggest threat to the system. A revolution that they don't control. So instead they create revolutions over stupidity.
True.
Trans bathroom rights. Keep them focused and arguing about stuff that doesn't matter at all. BLM, racial strife, why isn't there a George Floyd Square? This is fodder for idiots. While they buy islands, they take up land, they destroy heritage, they rewrite history.
Candace is not
20 years from now,
wrong.
they'll say, you already heard, I think, Jerry Seinfeld say Palestine doesn't exist. Well, he's a man of the future. They'll rewrite history. They'll say they were the victims. It all started on October 7th.
Yep. They're definitely going to do that.
They'll wipe away entire identities. I mean, good for the people in Albania who are standing up to the Israeli settlers right now. Don't know what their plan is there. Something's going on. And that's their biggest threat. So they have to get you to believe in the illusion of elections because you have to think you can change it and that your voice matters.
Who do you think is going to be the next president? I mean, Polymarket right now puts Vance at the
It's
top.
not going to be Vance, please.
And then 2 points below is Rubio and Gavin Newsom tied.
Rubio? What? Absolutely not.
Like, in what fucking universe is Marco Rubio going to be president? I agree. Hang on. I'm going to... This has actually bothered me lately. I've been meaning to do a rant about this. Marco Rubio is one of the most universally unlikable people on the fucking planet. Literally, no one fucking likes Marco Rubio. Most Republicans don't even like Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio fucks up literally every chance he has to be on a national stage. He either looks weird, he's sweating, he's stammering, like he fucks up every single fucking time. And yet still, for some reason, people are under this absurd delusion that Marco fucking Rubio, who has run for president before and did not do well because Marco Rubio is inherently unlikable. That is absurd. The idea that guy's going to get anywhere close to the presidency, who is going to vote for Marco Rubio of all people?
Well, I mean, maybe with AIPAC money, anything can happen.
Trump's golden boy.
Yeah. Maybe with AIPAC money, anything can happen. I'm not into political prognostications. I wouldn't put any of those people. If we had a fair system, I wouldn't put any of those people in the bucket for who would be the next president. I mean, if we're talking about on the Democratic side, yeah, I think they're going to run Gavin Newsom. That's probably accurate.
100% they're going to run Gavin Newsom.
But on the Republican side, there is
100% they're going to
an apathy that's setting in. And I don't see how Vance gets around everything Trump did. I don't see how Vance gets around what happened in Iran. I don't see how Vance is able to talk his way out of that.
Oh, well, I'm going to tell you how. All these Catholics are really leaning into being Catholic now because it's the fastest growing Christian denomination in the world.
Oh, no. Oh, here we go.
So they're leaning into that.
Oh, no.
I don't think that's going to be enough.
You don't think so?
Nope.
They're leaning into it pretty hard. Have you seen it?
I think he missed an opportunity to stand up to Trump on some of those points. And his unnecessary tweet against the Pope. I don't think that Catholics are tough.
I know.
That's
I'm just
one,
saying.
one group that have not been socially engineered. So
I'm watching.
Yeah.
And they're really trying to tap into it.
I don't think it's going to work. I think people are so much more awake to, and especially and I'm going to call this, and I don't mean to attack Vance on this, but just more broadly speaking, the faith grift post Charlie. People have their antennas up because that's been the entire turning point thing. And it's has not registered. It's felt inauthentic. And sure, that was like a part of the evangelical world, but there have been a lot of, I think, missed opportunities for Vance to not write about being a Catholic or say he's a Catholic, but to stand up to the stuff that's happening in the administration that's just downright ungodly. You know, you bomb a school with 150 schoolgirls in it, and then they lie about it. And then it's sort of like, whatever. I don't know, BB wanted us to do it. I think it's going to be hard for him to get around it. So but anything can happen in a world where elections are fake and gay. Anything can happen. Marco Rubio could be the next president of the United States. Someone they can control.
I hope Massey runs.
I
hope Joe Kent runs.
He's great.
I really like Joe Kent.
Yeah, he's fantastic. I'd like to see him run as well. And I think the way that he resigned and wrote about his conscience, and also the nastiness that Trump threw at him about his wife, I was just absolutely shocked.
Nothing makes my skin crawl more than a fucking piece of shit that never served the fucking country talking shit about a guy who served the country, whose wife was fucking assassinated by Al Qaeda with one of my really good fucking friends, Scotty Wirtz.
I'm glad he did it because I think servicemen and women needed to see that, because that is the perspective that Israel holds of the men that serve.
Yeah, true.
I believe
another
that.
Candace W.
I mean, you are toy soldiers.
Listen, man. Listen. Based on what the content said, I thought she was going to be talking way more about the Charlie Kirk stuff in this interview. But Candace has just had dub after dub after dub in this interview. So, again, I think Candace is batshit insane on the Charlie Kirk stuff. I do. You cannot deny that Candace has made many very good points about other things. And that is the contradiction of Candace. Because even though she is a narcissistic psychopath, even though all of this shit about Charlie Kirk, I'm sorry, is crazy, she does get a lot of stuff right. And she does provide insight that I think is useful on some things. And I can say that and still say she's fucking crazy and a narcissist, okay? When Candace is on target, she's on target. When Candace is not on target, it's absolute insanity.
And
we're slaves.
Yeah, you're slaves.
We're slaves.
Yeah.
We're all slaves.
Mm-hmm. I've had a real awakening about that.
We have to be tax mules sending our money to Israel.
And our sons and daughters to die for them.
Yep.
And people should not serve. I've been strong on that. It's like our country's occupied. You are not signing up to serve for the United States military. Your streets are not going to become more paved. Your streets are not going to become safer. Your schools are not going to become better. Theirs will. So if that is a draw for you, then sign up and serve the United States of Israel. But this is where we can make a difference.
Yeah. I just had a really good friend get deployed, a Green Beret. I won't even say what group he's at. And he jokingly, but you can see it in his fucking eyes, says, I'm getting deployed early. I got to go fight for Israel. And you could just,
Wow.
he wants out. He's talking about
Leave. That's simple. There's a legal means to leave the military, and I encourage on my show every man and woman to do it. Because at the end of the day, the best laid plans don't work without bodies. And I think they learned that lesson in Iran. They couldn't get people to get behind it. That's why they need the propaganda machine. They needed people to be behind it, and they weren't. And that terrifies them, truly.
Do you guys know
the idea?
There is a group of Muslims, or maybe not Muslims, I don't know. There's a group of Iranians. There's a group of like Iranian like citizens or immigrants or like whatever. There's a group of Iranians that are out in front of the Boston Public Library all the time screaming about how like supporting Trump's war in Iran. They're not out there like every single day, but I've seen this same group several times now. And oftentimes when I see this group of Iranians being pro-war with Iran in front of the Boston Public Library, there is almost always a Jewish person there or several Jewish people there holding Israeli flags. The first time I saw this group, there was an obviously Jewish woman holding a fuck-off giant Israeli flag amidst all of these people that were protesting in favor of the war in Iran and screaming for a regime change in Iran. And the last time I saw this group of people, because again, I didn't think much of this when I saw them the first time, but then like every single time, and I don't go back to Boston very often, even though I don't live that far away from it, but like every single time I've gone back to Boston in the past several months, I have seen this group outside the Boston Public Library doing exactly the same thing. So the first time I didn't really think about it, but by the fourth time I saw this fucking group, and it was right after JD Vance had come out kind of like against what Trump was doing in Iran, the group in front of the Boston Public Library was literally shaming JD Vance. They were chanting like, shame on JD Vance, shame on JD Vance, like over and over and over again. And I was like, what the fuck Jewish Israeli group is paying these people to do this? You want to talk about paid protesters? You want to see one of the most obvious ops I've ever seen in person in real life? It's all of those Iranians who are obviously being paid by Israeli fucking Jews because sometimes they're out there handling the entire situation and waving Israeli flags. Like, those are the paid fucking protesters right there. The people that are doing this stuff all the time with obvious handlers circling around them. And again, like I've seen this like at least 4 different times in Boston since March. It's wild, actually. It's crazy. Once you know how to see through all the bullshit, it's like, okay, I get it. All right.
Americans not signing up for the military, that's an existential threat. I could see it in Pete Hegseth's eyes as he's like, we're going to raise the age. People to join the military. I bet you are. What does that tell me? Numbers are low. People are waking up. So if you want to go be big bad and take over Palestine and do it with your sons and daughters.
I mean, for a Green Beret to not want to go to war, one of the fucking highest trained units in the fucking United States, like legit war fighters, doesn't want to go to war because he knows it's not for us.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not the only one. It's all of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking all of them.
And when you get back, you could be so lucky as to have given your entire body to have lifelong ailments, to not be able to get appointments at the VA. And if you're really lucky, I mean, really lucky, the president can tweet mocking the fact that your wife died and you got remarried, serving the country.
Crazy.
Yep.
Who doesn't want to sign up? Sign up today.
Well, I mean, now there's all this talk about the draft.
Why? Because it's not there. But guess what? You're better off spending a year in jail than going to fight for Israel. So it's like, how far are they going to take this? Are they going to be like Ukraine, dragging people off the street like thugs?
It's Mr. Doctor and with 5 channel memberships. I haven't really been pushing the channel memberships today, bro, so I do appreciate that. massive W's to you, my friend. Really appreciate it. Welcome to our 5 new channel members. Let's add that to the tally. Guys, if you want to support the work I'm doing, exposing the left and getting access to, resources that literally no one else on the internet is providing. I know we're doing some later content right now, but if you want to support what I do, please feel free to throw in some gifted channel memberships. We do have a channel membership goal today. If we meet it, that's cool. If we know, that's fine too. You guys have already been super generous this week. We're doing lighter content today, but I do appreciate everyone who has donated channel memberships so far, because I can't do what I do unless you guys fund it. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Probably.
That's the threat that they need. You can't. Okay, you guys want it, Zionists? You're so big and bad and powerful. Send your sons and daughters. Your sons and daughters first.
Pantera.
I will not let my
bro, W's, 5 channel memberships from you. Really, really appreciate that. Everyone give Pantera here some W's in the chat.
boys won't serve. Not in this environment. It's an honor to serve the country that we live in right now, the occupied country that we live in right now.
Yeah, that's how I feel. Call me if we're getting invaded. I'm done going overseas.
The best thing to do is to defend your neighborhoods, defend your families.
They're giving out randomly high speed, so
that's what I encourage people to do. I'm learn to farm. That's the real difference you can make.
Let's take another break.
No more breaks. Come on.
Let's go back for you.
Yeah, just a blog that I had when I was young. I just loved to write. I was always writing. I mean, my earliest memories writing.
I don't
was
care
like
about
in 3rd grade. I was
early career.
My editor in there wanted me to ask you about the maroon shirts.
Good.
The maroon shirts.
The maroon shirts. Do you know anything about this?
No, I was the person who brought it to attention. They laughed at me, and I know nothing about the military, but when I looked at the footage of Charlie and what happened on September 10th, it struck me as highly unusual that there were so many men wearing maroon shirts. Like, it's not exactly a color that men wear all the time. And there were a lot of men, all of whom were alone, I might add, who went to just hear Charlie Kirk speak alone, and they were wearing maroon shirts. And I just said to myself, this feels like organization to me. Like they're wearing maroon shirts to identify each other. And lo and behold, I then learned that from military men, that when they do operations, it's a way for, like, they'll have a color of the day, which is a way for them to like identify each other if they're doing something, whether it's
yeah, thanks, Mountain Goddess. Liberal Hive Mind played one of your clips about socialists, a real agenda for a call. I was proud of you. Again, I really do appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much for that. We watched the Liberal Hive Mind video on the last stream. I was deeply unimpressed with his analysis, and I was actually pretty offended that he used my video and my work to make such boneheaded analysis, misinforming God knows how many people. So, well, I do appreciate your congratulations. I'm not sure that people got out of that video what I would have wanted, given the level of work that I did. He fucking insulted me in the video, which means he's probably one of these people that's either believes smear campaigns about me or has directly defamed me himself. He didn't even know how to pronounce my name. And so, I guess I'm not that impressed, and I think that guy's a massive fucking retard, and I don't care if he never shows my stuff again, because at least he won't be providing bullshit, incorrect commentary and analysis that is completely unhinged from what was in the actual video. So maybe there's a reality in which some higher IQ people from his channel come over to mine as a result of it. That would be awesome. But mostly I think people are going to leave his video thinking that the DSA and the PSL are the same thing, which is completely untrue and unhinged from reality. And also, all that Smithsonian Museum shit had nothing to do with what I was talking about. And we're completely different groups. And I could probably go on and on and on about all the bullshit he said in that video that is not true. But I'm just going to leave it there. I do appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much. You guys can go back and watch my reaction to that in the first part, like we watched at the beginning of the stream. So
it's, covert operations or whatever. And I believe that those boys that were wearing maroon shirts were all a part of the same, I don't know if it's going to be like an overseas battalion, whatever it is, that they're
an identifier.
And I even I have a tape of one person after the shot goes off, bending down low and handing another guy a maroon shirt, which is even crazier, which I haven't even, I don't even think I spoke about on my show. That just hands him a maroon shirt caught on just the very bottom of the camera. And I'm like, pass it around a maroon shirt after a shot goes off. That feels kind of weird. So there was an element which makes sense that you would color coordinate so you know where to look.
Well, I mean, maybe, but I venture to guess it's probably not going to bring me the right kind of viewer if I'm being honest about it. But like, we'll see, I guess.
Men just don't wear maroon that often, is what I would say.
I mean, when stuff like that happens, it generally doesn't benefit me at all. Just so you guys know. I mean, like, you could say, like, Karlyn, your name gets out there more. No, it doesn't. He mispronounced my name and he, like, fucking defamed me in the video. So I don't think that that's good. And usually in my experience, and I've been doing this a while now, stuff like that is almost never actually beneficial in terms of, like, tangible benefits to the channel. It might bring 1 or 2 people. Let's hope it does. But I don't want any retards here. I will ban them from the chat. And so maybe something comes of it, maybe it doesn't. But typically, it has not been my experience that stuff is actually beneficial.
Wow. Why did you wind up? I mean, it sounds like you really liked working there. Why did you leave?
Turning Point changed. After it was a couple of factors at play, but Turning Point, like I said to you, I always love a startup vibe. It's fun. There's more freedom. And after the Kanye tweet, and I'm saying this reflectively, hindsight's 2020, everything changed. Like Turning Point was suddenly on the map. Kanye put it on the map, whether people want to recognize that or not. Suddenly everyone's going, who is this Candace Owens? I love the way Candace Owens thinks. Well, Candace Owens was working for Turning Point USA. And suddenly money started coming in. They started telling, Charlie needed the PR person. He needed this person. He needed to get this woman, Stacey Sheridan, and donations. I mean, just like the whole thing became much more corporatized. And I had warned Charlie about, I didn't like some of the characters that were being brought around him. And I didn't love the 501c3 world in general. It goes against my natural character. Charlie was such a great diplomat. And he would take the abuses from the donors. The bigger the check, the more control is what I recognized very quickly. And that's not a game that I think I'm naturally made to play. And so a point arrived where, and in retrospect, it's interesting, somebody had pulled an old tape of me and presented it out of context of me and Charlie in London, where we were asked a question about nationalism. They stripped the question and they made it look like I was on stage preaching about Hitler, and saying, if Hitler just wanted to be in Germany, that'd be great. But what I was saying was, they said, doesn't nationalism feel like a dirty word? Like, how can you say you're a nationalist? And I was like, Hitler wasn't a nationalist. If Hitler was like, hey, I'm just want to be in Germany and make America great, like that wouldn't have been problematic. He was a globalist. He had global aspirations. Long story short, they made this video go viral out of nowhere. And I always now go back to that and I wonder who did that. And suddenly, like, a Jewish group issued a thing saying that I was like anti-Semitic. I mean, it was so crazy.
Wow, of course.
And donors were calling him, telling him that like he needed to pull back away from me. It's so funny to think that this was another Zionist scandal. And I was so shocked at this time because I just grew up in a very Jewish, I had never been accused of being an anti-Semite. And
this was
way
before.
Oh my gosh. I mean, like, I was like genuinely hurt. And that's how it feels the first time you're called something that you're not, before you realize it's a political game, right? When someone's first like, you're a racist or like you're an anti-Semite, it is so shocking. Like, I had Jewish best friends growing up. I was just going like, how would they ever say this? Why would BuzzFeed make this video go viral? Why is there suddenly this group? And I can't remember, it was the Simon Wiesenthal Center who issued a strong condemnation, and they have a lot of power about my words. And I'm like, why are they all intentionally not showing the full remarks of what I was answering to? I didn't even say Jewish, nothing. It just was about, the question was Hitler a nationalist? Can we be nationalistic without being accused of being Adolf Hitler? There were journalists in the room. There was no issue with it. And somebody very clearly went back and tried to find what they could scandalize. And I now have the perspective that this was an intentional scandal that was made whole cloth out of thin air. And to put pressure behind Charlie and to sort of pull us apart in a weird way. And so anyway, so I'm like, I was genuinely like apologizing, like going, this is what I meant. Here's the full context. Here's the full video. And at the same time, who arrived into my life and made me an offer and was like, we can help you, fix this, was Prager University, a Jewish organization. And that arrived as like, and they offered me much more money than I was making at Turning Point USA. And so it seemed like a perfect, I had just gotten engaged as well. And so like, my ability to kind of travel the country and do those things. So it seemed like a perfect storm to kind of take the next step. And sure enough, I went to LA to meet with them. And this is now one of the stranger things that's ever happened. And I didn't think of it at the time. I was totally just baffled by the scandal. Marissa, the CEO of PragerU, took me to the Simon Wiesenthal Center, right? She said she could help make this go away or whatever. And she took me to the Simon Wiesenthal Center. And there was this guy, I'm going to say he was like a chief rabbi. I don't know. He was dressed. He was very much the guy, if you know what I mean? They didn't speak a word of English. They spoke fluently in Hebrew. I just sat in the room as they spoke, and they went back and forth speaking in Hebrew. And then Marissa and I left, and she said everything was going to be fine. And the scandal went away.
No love lost between me and
It sounds
PragerU,
so
like,
crazy
for real.
that I did not even appreciate that it was crazy at the time, because I just was like, thank you, friend, because I can't believe anybody would ever think I was anti-Semitic. And so I was so grateful. And I thought she was like using her contacts and because the Simon Wiesenthal Center had issued this whatever, and that she was coming in to like basically tell them it's not true. I don't know what they were. I didn't know what they were saying. Went away. Now I'm like, was it like, I'll handle this. We've pulled them apart. It's all good. She's
Why
gonna come
do you
work for
think
me
you were
now.
targeted? Why do you think you were targeted to begin with?
I think there is, and I'm fully in just reflecting on the way things went down. Erica came into Charlie's life. A bunch of people were suddenly being put into Turning Point USA. Girlfriend, Stacey Sheridan, she's going to raise more money and take things to the next level. Andrew Colbert, you need like real PR now. I mean, just like all of these characters, like a Hollywood cast was suddenly assembled. And I think there was a real panic about the power of any organization. You hit a level and they start paying attention. And I think the Kanye tweet put us on the map. They started paying attention. This could be a very powerful political organization. We need to make sure that it's within our control.
Gotcha.
And I was always
presented you PragerU to control you.
I that is my perspective in retrospect. And I did not have that perspective while I was there. And I also want to make it very clear, I had a very good working relationship there. It was not, I will say they were always honest about who they were. Like they're Zionists, Marissa's former Mossad, so they were never trying to pretend that they were open to a different perspective on Israel or anything like that, or like anything. They were upfront about who they were and what their priorities were. And Marissa was very kind. Like if she was a handler, she was damn good. That's why she probably was in the Mossad. Like, you know what I mean? Like the best kind of handlers is one that's you think is your friend. And she was there for me through a really tough personal time in my life as well. And so that was a hard relationship for me to mourn in many ways, because I'm naturally, not looking, I don't open up to people about tough things that I go through. And she was there for me for a really tough time. We had a perfect working relationship. So I don't want people to think that because of where I'm at right now, you go backwards and you're like, oh, well, things were not. No, it was like, they were fantastic. They ran very professionally. I had a great relationship with even their COO, Lane, Thrasher. They were all just great. I mean, I don't know what to say. I had a perfect, she never wanted to talk about contracts. She was like, if you don't want to be here, then you should go. Like, it's not going to work for me to hold you here like you're a prisoner. I loved PragerU. It was great. Did that for a couple of years. Then again, kind of like a new season of life. Had my first kid. Now,
Hold on. Let's go back. How'd you meet your husband?
With Charlie. This is a crazy story, but the same exact week that Charlie was having these dreams about dying, or where he was really deeply talking to me about it. I mean, he had the dreams over and over again, he said. from a time he signed with Turning Point, but he
Hasn't
was like,
she told like 5 different stories about how she met her husband?
it was a lot of things happened that week. One, by the end of the week, Kanye tweeted me. Okay. Two, I had this over in the same way he was like, I'm gonna die. I was just like, we need to get to London. We need to go to the UK. No reason. We had no reason, no rhyme or reason to go to the UK. And I just started hammering him in April, being like, we need to go to the UK, we need to go to the UK, we need to go to the UK. June comes around. I'm hammering him. We need to go to the UK. He's like, for what? And I'm just like, just make up something to be there. I just feel like pulled to go to the UK. I have the messages. It's so crazy to read back. And so eventually I am feeling so pulled to go to the UK that I say to him, give me your credit card. I'm just going to book the flights because then you'll be forced to just make a reason for us to go to the UK. And I did it. And I had never done that, never booked flights, never taken his card. And I was like, now we're going to the UK. So find something for us to do. And he was like, well, I've been wanting to like build out Turning Point UK and kind of build out this international thing. And so we were hosted by who are now dear friends to us, John Mappin and Arena Mappin. Charlie had been emailing with them.
Scientologist?
And they said, we'd love to host you because we need Turning Point in the UK.
With them. Okay.
And I spoke. This is also the same event that they would eventually pull the out of context comments from. So this is December. And then they would pull these comments in March of the following year.
Wow.
And he got together a great group and I presented on stage and my husband was in the audience. And I just sort of looked at him and thought he was really cute. Thought he was really cute. And at the end, he came up to me and he said, hi, I'm George Farmer. And I was like, George Farmer's pretty cute. And that was it. Never going to probably see him again. Next day, I had a podcast, Russell Brand. Go out to the countryside, book as much media as possible.
She's expanding
and
the
then
story. Okay,
Russell Brand,
I understand.
like went over. It was like
we're getting an
3
expansion
hours.
of the story.
And my assistant somehow had a miscommunication with PJW. There was going to be this Turning Point UK launch dinner where a bunch of political players were going to be brought to the room. And PJW was supposed to be, unbeknownst to me, I don't know if you know who he is. He's a YouTuber in the UK. And long story short, I didn't know this dinner was happening. Like it was not in me and Charlie's calendar. We had no idea it was happening. I was going to go do Russell Brand. Charlie did some press down there, back in London. I'm in the countryside. And then we met back up to do another media event. I suddenly realized, I am told by my assistant that I'm running 3 hours late to a dinner that I didn't even know was happening. So me and Charlie jump into a taxi, book it, and are like, Mike, like how could this miscommunication have happened? Important political players, a nice, small, intimate dinner of like, maybe 18, maybe even smaller, maybe like 15 people. And I walk into this dinner and George Farmer is hosting the dinner because he wanted to get behind Turning Point UK because him and his father were very involved with Brexit at the time. And his father was at one time the treasurer for the Tory party. So they were involved in politics and he just thought Turning Point UK was a great idea. And he was helping his friend PJW put together a little dinner for Charlie and Candace. And so we arrived 3 hours late to this dinner and George Farmer is there. And I see him. And at this point, because his friends were like, mate, are they even coming? He's just plying everyone at the table with alcohol because like he's humiliated that nobody is, he doesn't know what's happening because he's not talking to me and we had no idea it was happening. So Charlie and I get there. We don't like, this is so out of our character. We would never show up somewhere late. I don't know where the ball got dropped. I blame PJW. And so does George. And we immediately just went around the table and I just said sorry to every single person. Obviously.
Bro, with 5 gifted channel memberships. Really appreciate that. W's to you, my friend. Thank you so much for supporting the stream.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. We sit down. I sit down next to my husband, future husband. And I tell you, I just looked at his face and I knew he was it was the craziest thing. I just knew he was my husband.
Candace had another vision, guys,
of
the future.
Because he was thinking the same thing. Like he knew that I was his wife. and had already texted his friend after hearing me speak the night before. And he wrote in writing, "I'm going to marry Candace Owens." And his
No
friend,
way.
who was the best man in our wedding, was like, "Mate, you're an idiot." Like, he read this at the night before our dinner, read the messages, and it was the exact same thing was happening for me. And I'm saying to my assistant, like, George Farmer's my husband. Like, and we didn't say anything. He was then too nervous. So I spoke to his best friend, Nick, who was the best man in our wedding. He chatted with him the whole time. And I'm just sitting here like, man, I really want to talk to this George Farmer. He's just so cute. And he said a couple of words. And then at the end sent me a message on WhatsApp and said, "Thank you so much for coming to church tonight." And I was like, "You should come to the Student Action Summit, which is going to be next week in Palm Beach." Had no idea if he had a girlfriend. Was really hoping he didn't, because he was my husband, so it'd be weird if he had a girlfriend, right? It would be so weird if I found out my husband had a girlfriend. And he flew over with a girlfriend of his. And the whole time I'm just trying to figure out, like, we're doing SAS, all of this is going on. And we just kind of like put them in our group. And I'm just trying to figure out if those two are dating, like if my husband has a girlfriend. And there was this donor to Turning Point USA. I used to stay at her house when we had an event in Palm Beach. And she's older. She was like 75. And, she's at the age where they don't care what they say.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, "You two would be so cute together." And I'm sitting here like, so I did this thing that I'm telling you, I've never done this. This is so funny. And we had the event at, it was at Mar-a-Lago. I remember the dress I was wearing. And then he shows up wearing like a cummerbund, Englishmen in their suits, right? So he shows up looking like James Bond. And I'm like, okay, everybody stop. That's my husband. Like, obviously, like in my head, I'm just like, this is crazy. Like, my husband in a suit is just like, okay, just shuts everything down. And I'm just sitting here. And afterward, we went to the Breakers and we had a conversation, and the conversation just completely flowed. We were actually talking about Vladimir Putin, which is really funny. And we were talking about, planes and overcharging for suitcases. And I'm thinking like, okay, I don't think he's dating this girl, because she was there and we were kind of like,
Mm-hmm.
talking. And so I went back to the donor's house and I was like, I am going to message him and see if he wants to like meet up for, what do you call like when you have like a late night, there's like a fancy expression for it, to have a cocktail late night. What do they say? I don't know what people call it. There's a nice fancy way to say it, whatever. But I'm like, I'm going to text him. Okay, here's how I'm going to figure it out. I'm going to text him and see if he wants to meet up in like the lobby of the hotel.
And I'm gonna shoot my
shot. Yeah. And if he answers, then like, okay, there was definitely something there. And if he doesn't answer, then there was nothing. Okay. And he said, like, I texted him. I texted my husband, who I thought was my husband in my head. And I'm like, hey, like, do you want to go grab there's a word for it, whatever, in the lobby or whatever of the hotel? No response. No response. Going backward and going over this together, he was like, I was just knocked out sleeping. Well, of course, you're thinking 1,000 different things. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like, no, he's dating that girl. He's totally dating that girl. I'm an idiot. Yeah. And so, yeah, I was like, okay, he's gonna, and then the next day we went to the donor's house again. And she was just like, you guys make such a cute couple. And I was like getting all these signs. And then after he left, he called me and we talked on the phone for like 3 hours. And I was like, okay, he didn't have a girlfriend, the whole thing. And then he told me, like, I just fell asleep and I'm so sorry I missed the text message. I was like, if you knew the thought and the emotion and everything that went behind this, like, I never do this. At the time, I didn't even drink, by the way. Like, I was just making up an excuse to see him. And it was just, he just passed out. And I was like, he's probably with that girl, like all the girly emotions. And none of that was happening. And so, yeah, we then like spoke every day on the phone. Obviously he was back in the UK, and then he proposed to me on a plane. hadn't even had our first kiss. So I'm one of the
Hadn't even had your first kiss?
No. How could we? He was in the UK. So he proposed to me. People thought we were totally insane. His friends thought he was insane. Everyone thought I was insane. But my sisters were like, this is the most Candace thing I've ever heard, ever.
So wait, how much time from you met him to
engagement? 18 days.
18 days? Wow. How long have you guys been married now?
7 years.
7 years.
7 years. Baby number 5 on the way.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah. So I can't even explain the pull that pulled me to the UK. And when I saw him, I mean, I don't know if I dreamed it. I mean, some things are just so metaphysical. We don't understand the world and the way it works. But I knew he was my husband, and I was right. So everyone was wrong. I was like, no, that's obviously my husband. Like, I have no, and the way that I describe how I felt, and I will be such a hypocrite, by the way, in the future when my daughter pulls this, she'll be about to marry. I feel like my daughter someday is going to watch this episode and be like, you and dad fell in love. When you're watching and you're 20, however old you are, Louise, you're not allowed to meet any guy like this. You're not allowed to get married after 18 days. This only applies for me. I'm going to be a total hypocrite. The only way that I can describe the way I felt is it felt like a sigh of relief. Like, oh, there he is. Like, everything's going to be okay now. He's there.
What's the secret to a successful marriage?
Gosh, the secret to a successful marriage. I feel in some ways I have been just so blessed by God to just have a really easy marriage, because I hear, everyone wants to know what the secret is. And I think the secret is loving the person you married, like genuinely enjoying them, like genuinely being fascinated by them. Like wanting to aspire to them, wanting to know them, every layer of them, and wanting to learn from them, having just a deep reverence for the person that you're marrying, aside from just being giddy and in love with them. And I'm totally obsessed with my husband. I just genuinely am. And that's the best feeling in the world. I feel like I cheated in life somehow like that. I just got to marry the person of my dreams who wears a suit like James Bond. I'm just he's just perfect in every way. And the best thing is just to see who he became.
I want to say this about Candace's husband. In the same way that I think Candace going after Erica Kirk's mother was excessive and toxic, fuck all the people who are going after Candace Owens' husband, honestly. Fuck all those people who are constantly saying that her husband is gay. And listen, because the thing of it is even if he was, it's actually none of our fucking business. Even if he was, it's none of our fucking business. But she's having 5 kids in 7 years. They're obviously fucking. And it's disgusting to go after people's spouses or parents or any of these things because you're pissed off at what a podcaster is saying.
After we had kids, men, you unlock something. And I'm sure it comes from, I'm a dad. You know what I mean? Wow, I got to figure this thing out. And we have a lot of boys. So I think there's even more pressure applied of, I now need to be the model of the father. I'm a father. What kind of a father do I want to be? Because that's going to impact my boys. And he loves his dad. And I think he felt the pressure of wanting to be who his dad was to him. And this pressure just created a diamond, So he has I'm just amazed at him. He's just, my husband's good at everything too. He's just one of those people who has a brain for everything. I know what I'm good at. I'm good at communication. I'm good at writing. I understand marketing, but he can just learn any subject in a day and then suddenly fully comprehend it. I mean, you could talk to my husband about any subject. It's unbelievable. So I don't know. I just adore him. I think that's kind of the secret is adoring the person. Because it's been really easy for us. which sounds crazy because on the external, it's like just a constant hurricane, a constant tornado. But to see, especially during the year of the Daily Wire stuff, how he just built it. It's like understood the whole, never podcasted, understood it, did the ads, redid the contracts, all right, got to figure this out, whatever. And just, I could have never survived that year without my husband.
Wow.
Yeah. He's a genius. He
and
really
baby
is.
number 5's on the way.
I'm 5. I've just been in a constant state of pregnancy. Like an elephant. Elephants are pregnant for 2 years. I feel like I've just been pregnant for a long time, but I'm blessed with very easy pregnancies. And we didn't realize how much we were going to love being parents too. Like that was something that surprised us. I don't know. You hear so much about marriage. Be careful when you get married. And I feel like there's so much nonsense out there. Like you're walking a plank or something. And I feel like my life began when I got married and when I had kids, and we just, our kids are just the best. My kids are awesome. Like, I mean, they're so funny and they're kind and they're so smart. And I know I sound like I'm biased, but I really do have the best kids. Someone has to have them, right? Someone has to have the best, and it's me. And we just love it. We love being parents. The happiness that comes from it and the security that comes from it. Like they're getting security from you, but you're getting real security from them and realizing suddenly what matters. It changes everything. And I laugh at that younger Candace who's like, whoa, this person retweeted me. That's the goal. Whoa, I'm going to do this show tonight. And now it's, how fast can I get home? So-and-so did this today, like texting each other, like the stories of like little conversations that watching children contend with the world and try to reason, and the oversimplification, the beauty of the oversimplification of a child's mind. It's so special. It really is. And now I get to work from home because thank you, Daily Wire. The blessing of that.
One thing I wasn't expecting to hear today is a thank you to the Daily Wire from Candace Owens.
I owe them so much.
Let's talk about that, Candace.
I owe them so much for.
I have said repeatedly, if Candace would just drop the Charlie Kirk shit and focus all of her attention on dragging Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire perpetually for the rest of her career, Candace would become an overnight hero. A lot of people hate Candace right now because Candace has done some fucked up shit to Erica Kirk specifically. But if Candace was just like, you know what? I saw the trial. Maybe I'm going to rethink some things. Let's shift gears. Let's talk about Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring and the Daily Wire. And if Candace just focused like literally all of her energy in that very narrow space, Candace would be a fucking hero. Candace would be like the hero of the internet. Everyone would come back around. Everyone would forgive her. Everyone would be like, okay, Candace, who doesn't have a year-long fuck up where they go after the widow of someone who was politically assassinated because they were in love with them? Who doesn't have that type of fuck up in their life? We've all had fuck ups that are on a similar, okay, maybe we haven't actually. Maybe that is a really big fucking fuck up, Candace. But you have to admit that like every single person has had fuck ups in their life where we look back on it and we're like, perhaps that wasn't my best moment. Perhaps that wasn't my greatest idea. And at some point, I had to admit that I was wrong and I had to move on. And I really think that if Candace just did that with all of the Charlie Kirk, Erica Kirk bullshit, and she's like, okay, I'm seeing the testimony in this trial. I've had to do some soul searching. I've had to rethink some things. We're going to set this aside and I'm going to move on. Let's talk about Ben Shapiro, Jeremy Boring, and the Daily Wire. And then Candace just literally did a fuck ton of videos dragging that entire organization. Hero of the fucking internet overnight.
Ripping the carpet from under my feet in the most glorious way possible. I mean, God is always looking out. That I look back on that and you just don't doubt what God's doing, even things that you're like, why? Well, you're not meant to know right now, Candace. And then God just showing me, that he just was throwing me a lifeboat, now's a good time to get out of there. So I have no regrets.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you. You brought up, I think it's Blexit.
Mm-hmm.
What is Blexit?
Well, Blexit is what I was building alongside Charlie because I was really focused on wanting to motivate Black people to wake up the Democrat Party.
Okay.
And so that kind of happened in Kanye season. And then when I realized I did not want to do not-for-profit and I loved podcasting, which I got to do with PragerU, I sold Blexit back to Turning Point USA because I also just couldn't do that all. Like I, was after getting married and being pregnant, I was like, I don't want to do not-for-profit and do a podcast and do all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it allowed me to focus on podcasting, which I just found a knack for. I really love conversing with people and communicating. And I've got my dream job, so to speak, right now because I get to do it for myself.
And you did that with Brandon Tatum?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the former police officer?
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys still tight?
Brandon, I always say he's like a brother to me. And I think it's that same coming of age thing. He was there.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon, me, Charlie, doing stuff together, building something. We obviously have very strong disagreements on Zionism and Israel and how Charlie Kirk died. And I need to be able to sit down face to face with him, which has been hard.
Brandon Tatum is a massive
just because we're on opposite sides of the
massive
we've spoken on the phone a few times, but then he's got
fuck
I'm sitting
that
with dinner and
massive retard.
I have a very, very strict policy about when you have a real relationship with somebody doing stuff for the public. And there's a lot that I need to talk to Brandon about. I need to try to understand where he's at. And I'm sure he feels the same way.
Well, it's good to hear.
Yeah.
It's good to hear that somebody can disagree with you and still be friends.
Well, it was just a real relationship, and my family loves Brandon. So it's I think you're less of a person when you allow politics to decide who you're friends with. And I have felt that test real close to the fire with the Kanye stuff. What Daily Wire put me through behind the scenes, wanting me to make a public statement about him. And I didn't do it. And they took millions away from me. They literally had money on the table.
Focus on that, Candace.
What do you mean?
Focus on that explicitly.
It's actually one of the funniest things because the former CEO has just been on a podcast tour, just making up, it's almost fantasy stories about me, but I guess no one wants to book him unless he does it.
Jeremy Boring.
Yeah. It's been the most pathetic thing. I don't even reply anymore because everyone in the comments is just
man.
you are.
I'll tell you, some of my favorite recent pastimes are hearing the stories of Jeremy Boring running around the fucking Daily Wire with a baseball bat, getting hair and makeup done.
That's all true. Yeah.
Because he wasn't even on camera, right?
No.
And he would get his hair and makeup.
I'm glad
every
someone told
day.
you. Yeah, that is all 1000% true. The stories, any stories you hear about him, as loony as it sounds, it's all very real. He was a total nutcase.
It's like I was telling you at breakfast when I hear the story. I don't want to mention anybody's names because I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but it sounds like the 90s movie, The Office Space.
It's like a sitcom.
Like identical.
It is a sitcom. It's weird. You look back on it and you're just sort of, and everyone will tell you. I mean, they're just, this is what he did. He'd come in and have people wash his hair plugs and do his makeup and style him be the CEO, just to go into his office and be the CEO.
Everywhere I go, people are talking about Jeremy Boring and Ben Shapiro because suddenly, right around Nashville, there's all these unemployed Daily Wire people running around.
Yeah.
And they're fucking pissed.
Yeah. Because it didn't
And they're talking a lot.
Yeah.
It's like
because it didn't have to be like that, I think also. And he just ran it like a cult. It was very strange. I mean, he's just not a real person, I guess is the best way. He's a character. He's like a cartoon character. But one of the funniest reimaginations is because no one wants to book him, he has nothing to talk about. He has no talent. He sort of does this thing where he's just been on a year tour of my worst regret is hiring Candace Owens. And yeah, it's all he can talk about.
I can't believe the shit they pulled with Brett Cooper.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy shit. I agree with that.
When she left there, fucking
21, 22.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You treat a 21-year-old girl like that. What the fuck?
It's
is
a
your
cult.
problem, man.
She wanted to
Whoa.
leave. How do you leave a cult? We got to destroy you on the way out. You
I
know?
mean, they would just
Yep.
fucking torment her
Mhm.
every day, every fucking day.
I hope I'm assuming she opened up to you about what went on legally. I mean,
Somebody did.
Jeremy did that personally. I mean, he's vicious. He's closeted gay man, and he is extraordinarily vicious. So to see him try to sort of reintroduce.
You have to give Candace points for style, because Candace is just like casually giving the finger to Jeremy Boring over and over and over again, and like, oh yeah, Jeremy Boring would just come in and sit down and get them to wash his hair plugs. Jeremy Boring is just extraordinarily vicious. He's obviously a closeted gay man. It's just like this is where Candace shines. This is where Candace is at her absolute best. If Candace literally just made videos like this all day, every day, I would watch every fucking thing that woman does. I would share it. I would sing Candace's accolades. I would say, Candace, I was wrong about you being a narcissist. I was wrong. I thought I was right, but I was wrong. And you pivoted and you have proven me wrong, Candace. Well done. Like, if she literally just did this all the fucking time, Candace would be the hero of the internet, and it would be awesome. Can we just like experience that again?
Every day, every fucking day.
I hope I'm assuming she opened up to you about what went on legally. I mean,
Somebody did.
Jeremy did that personally. I mean, he's vicious. He's closeted gay man, and he is extraordinarily vicious. So to see him try to sort of reintroduce.
Jeremy Boring is just really vicious. He's a closeted gay man, and he's just extraordinarily vicious. And she doesn't skip a beat. And it's like, it's so seamless. It's just like she's saying any other normal sentence in the world. Yeah, he's an extraordinarily vicious guy. He's a closeted gay man. It's just extraordinarily vicious. It's you know that Candace rehearsed this before. I bet you Candace totally rehearsed these lines in her head like a million times before she did this interview, just waiting for the moment that Shawn Ryan was going to set her up to talk about it. It's brilliant. Fucking brilliant.
Himself.
When I hear the story about, I don't know if it was the day after you left or when you got fired or whatever, and they had everybody come out and they're like, nobody fucking cheer. And then they come out and everybody cheers, like, stop cheering.
Yeah, no clapping. I've heard the story now. Everyone was like, it was totally nutty. But if you know Jeremy, that's Jeremy. He always has to build a stage and give a performance of everything, including a firing. Like, it's totally, it is a sitcom.
I think they ran around and took everybody's phones and shit too, maybe.
I think they made them keep their phones at their desks. And it was described to me like an episode of Arrested Development. He like had the stylist coming out and like matching his shirt to the lights. It's totally wacky.
No!
All the stories are real. This is how he ran the company. It was just right into the ground, by the way, I should add. But it's funny to reflect on because he's so irrelevant now. It doesn't even matter. So we just kind of all share stories about this wacky person who pretended to be a CEO for a while, just desperately wants to be famous, and he doesn't have it. You just don't have it, buddy.
I love watching people that treat people like that just get fucking destroyed.
Yeah.
Destroyed.
Yeah. Because
like,
you need
he'll
friends.
never do anything big ever again.
No. And he knows that, which is why his new show On the Road is.
Oh, he has a new show called On the Road.
No, but basically he just books media to talk about me. It's bonkers. And how I'm the worst decision he ever made. And obviously the public sees that for what it is. It's just pathetic. And but he reimagines me too. So he pretends he had, because why are they going to book him? Like nobody wants to book him.
Yeah.
And so he says, well, Candace once told me a secret story, like a secret that she would do,
would
do anything for money. That's how he tried to launch his podcast, saying that I told him I would do anything for money. And it's the literal exact opposite of what happened at the Daily Wire. It's like the exact opposite experience you had for me when Kanye tweeted, DEFCON 3 or whatever. I had nothing to do with it. I wasn't there when he tweeted it. I wasn't with him. But because I was friends with him, this was like the cancellation of Kanye. They were putting pressure on me to make a statement about him. And I didn't do it. And I didn't want to do it. And it led to a moment where I was brought into a conference room and my husband was there. And both of the co-CEOs, it was Jeremy and Caleb Robinson, he's more serious of a person than Jeremy, were yelling in a conference room, like, why won't you just say this and make it easy? Don't you understand like the pressure that it puts on Ben and like his network of people who feel threatened by this or whatever? And I refused to do it. I said, I think you guys will reflect on this. Most people see me as like a formidable enemy, but I'm a more formidable friend. I'm not going to step on his head while he's drowning. And so Jeremy basically said, okay, well, here's what we're going to do. We need to build trust with you. So I had signed I want to say it was a 7-year contract. I could go back and get the exact specs of it. And we were like 2 years into the contract or something like that. And they shaved off like 5 years of my contract. So I lost millions of guaranteed dollars. And they basically were like, or you could just say a statement about Kanye. Didn't do it. Took the money back.
Wow.
And so it was the exact opposite experience he had with me, that I would not say things for money. And I have what's so wacky is like, I have the whole email chain. It's like this all happened with lawyers. They changed the contract, the negotiations, all of this stuff. And I was penalized for what Kanye said. What Kanye tweeted cost me millions of dollars. And zero regrets.
Wild.
That's not the person I am. I won't say things for money. I cannot be made to dance for money. And I think that frustrated them. That deeply frustrated them. I have to believe what I'm saying. And so even if I get things wrong, and of course I get things wrong because I'm a human, I am never intentionally lying or telling people something because somebody is funding me to say it.
Mm-hmm.
I genuinely was wrong about my prior positions on Israel, or I was genuinely just not educated and I was okay with it. I genuinely had no idea what was going on in Palestine. The moment I became educated about what was happening, when it became a hot button issue, and I was like, let me focus and see what this is actually about, I picked the right side and I spoke out and I said something, and again, ended up costing me a job. So like, I was making good money at the Daily Wire.
Yep.
I had no job that I was jumping onto. So to go around and say,
can we just for a moment bring it back to me, which is what's really important here. Who was the absolute genius that got Jeremy Boring to admit that he fired Candace Owens because of the Israel stuff in a Twitter space? Who was the absolute genius of the internet who questioned Jeremy Boring so well on a Twitter space that it was the first time that he admitted that he fired Candace Owens because of the Israel stuff? Was that me? Was that me? Did I do that? I think I did that. I'm pretty sure I did that. Yeah, total victory, me. You're welcome, Candace. You're welcome. Candace never thanked me for that, by the way. I feel like that was like I feel like Candace still has me blocked on Twitter to this day. Never even thanked me for getting her boss to publicly admit that he fired her because of the Israel stuff. You're welcome, Candace.
Say that Candace will say anything for money. You literally fired me because I wouldn't say anything for money. So it's really,
and at least Candace, at least Axehead appreciates me. Okay. At least Axehead appreciates me. W's to you, bro. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted channel memberships. Really appreciate it.
Weird to sort of see him try to like rewrite who I am, but it's not. It's also
the way to the goal, guys. We might actually make the goal. Who knows?
Jeez, what was it that eventually did get you? Did you get fired or did you quit?
I got fired. The stage was built, remember? And it was a production. They put together a video A video.
They put a fucking video to you have
show
access
them.
to it?
Well, eventually Jeremy posted it because I think he thought people were going to go, "Wow, you're amazing."
It's out. It's on the internet.
Yeah, you can watch it of how he presented.
So
my
all
firing.
these fucking stories that I've heard about the day you got fired and the presentation, I can actually go watch it.
I can. Yeah, I think Steven Crowder released it or something. I think it got released somehow, and
You know we're putting that in your preview.
you have to.
Yeah.
I mean, it was totally.
Oh my-
I'm gonna totally mispronounce your name. The K-Rock, I think. Thank you, bro. W's to you, my friend. Thanks for the gift of channel membership. Why did she block me? I think it was after I interviewed. Okay, so on Candace's first ever show with the Daily Wire, Candace set up her so-called good friend, Nicole Arbor, and Candace had previously recorded private phone conversations between her and Nicole Arbor. And on her first ever show of the Daily Wire, Candace was going to set Nicole Arbor up to release the recordings that she secretly made of those phone conversations. And then Nicole Arbor blew that shit up because she was really pissed off about it. And I basically watched what happened. I was like, oh, Candace is a massive fucking narcissist. And I interviewed Nicole Arbor on my show. And I think Candace was really pissed off about that. I was never even in Candace's replies. I never even interacted with Candace. But I'm pretty sure that's why she blocked me. She proactively... Oh, I also did make a video about her at one point saying that she was full of shit and, yeah, a whole bunch of other stuff too. And you know what? I was right about everything I said. But I think that Candace should move the fuck on. She proactively sought me out to block me. And she could have remedied the situation and she hasn't. So, fuck her. Honestly. Kayak. Like kayak, but kayak.
They played like one of the reasons they listed for my firing because it was basically 1,000 different ways that you've been anti-Semitic.
You asked her when she's going to unblock me. Okay, thanks, Bot.
Meaning
Appreciate
the PR person at Daily Wire told me to go on this show that had a DJ that just makes sound effects. And when me and the person were speaking about Ben Shapiro, a sound of a cash register went off. And they thought that was like pre-planned anti-Semitism. The ka-ching sound effect.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
One of the reasons I got fired.
Are you serious?
Because of a random show playing a ka-ching cash register sound. I mean, the whole show.
Shopify sound.
But actually, I was told that it was money that came in, actually, because they have a live...
It's the Shopify sound.
Yeah, like it was like a live thing where it's a live show. So there's so many sounds. They have a DJ. I mean, I couldn't have told you that this happened.
No.
And the whole time, there's a cash register sound going.
Thank you,
also,
Chaos.
the sound went off when we were talking about Ben. And so that was listed as a reason for my firing.
That's wild.
How did they do it? Did they?
It was just an email. I was about to hit the stage at Turning Point USA because I was on tour, as I always am with them. And so I was juggling both. And I just got an email. And they listed, I think it was like, I want to say it was 30 pages, or it could have been 30 reasons.
30 reasons?
I actually laughed when I was reading it because it was so
What
crazy.
the fuck?
Like it was like so far beyond how they could interpret anti-Semitism, like that it only a person who was in a sitcom could have come up with this. Like I was shocked they put it in writing. That was my because first I was like, whoa,
Yeah.
what am I being fired for? And then as they started listing the reasons that things like the first 3 pages were Nick Fuentes. It was just Nick Fuentes. I've never spoken to Nick Fuentes. Like I spoke to him literally one time
You guys
prior
don't
to
even
that.
get along, do you?
No, but they had a whole conspiracy that I was secretly working with Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson to bring down the Daily Wire. And they brought me into the office and questioned me about that close to the end. And I was like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Like there was a mental unwellness that was happening at that company. And
Was Tucker even independent at that time?
he had just gone independent. So I think this is what, like, they have a very severe obsession with Tucker. That was apparent to me when I was at the company. Like, I mean, I don't know what it is. There's something about Tucker that Jeremy and Ben are very obsessed with. And I don't know if it's because he's just cool, you know, there's an envy. And they had convinced themselves that I was somehow working behind the scenes to bring down the Daily Wire to go work for Tucker. And that's because that's what they did to Breitbart. So they were accusing me of what they had done to a company prior, right?
Yep,
They had quietly been building Daily
sounds
Wire. They then
right.
created a scandal, a fake scandal with Michelle Fields, and then they took all
Sounds
of
correct.
Breitbart's subscribers with them. So
What was the fake scandal?
the Michelle Fields, like Corey Lewandowski hit me and I was bruised. That whole scandal, as I was told, was thought up by Ben Shapiro and his best friend, who was Michelle Fields' husband, Jamie Weinstein, to help them launch Daily Wire. So this is
What a fucking turd.
This is the
What
story
a
of
fucking
Macbeth.
turd.
Yeah. This is the story of Macbeth. You go around killing people and then you're paranoid that someone's trying to kill you.
Yeah.
I was 8 months pregnant. I'm a very loyal person, even if you don't deserve my loyalty. If I'm working for your company, I'm working for your company. I'm not trying to snipe you. I'm not doing anything. It's not my personality. I'll just quit. You know what I mean? And they brought me into an office and questioned me about this Tucker Carlson conspiracy. And they asked me if he told me explicitly that they thought that I was working with Nick Fuentes. And I just was so confused. I thought someone's gone.
How much time did you have at the Daily Wire?
Left or?
How much? No, just all together.
Was I there for 3 years? I think.
How long did this happen after the Kanye incident where they wanted you to?
It was it was kind of exactly a year later. And so, but it was right after October 7th is when they got super wacky. And I think they were wanting me to kind of like pledge allegiance to Israel publicly. And I just wasn't going to do that. And so it became an issue. They had financial pressure because Jeremy was, doing Pendragon, which cost them over $60 million. The reports on that have been completely inaccurate. How much that passion project.
Are you serious? $60 million they wasted on that? Can you imagine how much cool shit I could do to document and map the modern activist left if I had $60 million fucking dollars and they wasted that on some stupid movie that Jeremy Boring wanted to do? Like, fuck these people. Honestly and truly, fuck these people. I could probably do more productive things with $5 million than Jeremy Boring has done. Yeah, we got to start raising me some money, guys. We got to go find, what we need to do is we need to go find a big fuck off grant for the Center for Left-Wing Studies so that I can hire people to do stuff.
Of Jeremy's.
That's what needs to happen,
the company.
actually.
And there's only way to describe him is maniacal. Anybody who works at Daily Wire will tell you that.
I need some rich sugar daddy to give me like $10 million and just be like, Karlyn, do whatever you want with this. I'll be like, okay, I got it.
They built the state. I mean, by the way, when I sat down with them, like a week prior to them firing me, and we had hashed things out when they had said to me, well, we thought you were secretly plotting. And I was like, this is mental unwellness. And I said, look, if post October 7th, things have changed, like I obviously understand this is Ben's a partner of the company and you guys want to separate, let me and Ben talk to each other like human beings. Like, I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to you don't spend 3 years at a company and want things to end badly. So I presented Jeremy with that option of me just leaving peacefully. We can figure out how to unwind, issue a nice statement.
No,
but
she
Jeremy
said
has a
60
flair
million.
for drama. He has to build a stage. He has to do it. He has to make it over the top. And so they hatched this remarkable plan to Christ is king, is anti-Semitic.
Did they really say that?
Yes, they did.
I mean, don't get offended, but I always thought you kind of manufactured that.
No,
no.
They did. They
Andrew
said that.
Klavan did a full episode entitled Christ is King after we announced that I was separated. And he just completely disparaged me for an hour, Andrew Klavan.
Yep.
And I was so shocked because
channel.
we had
They
signed
did
a
do that.
non-disparagement.
Candace is
And
not
their
lying.
lawyers came back and were essentially like, joke's on you, tricky contract clause. We said that none of the talent or none of the employees would disparage you, but Andrew Klavan isn't actually an employee. He's a contractor.
Oh.
So they had plotted to sign this agreement. We go our separate ways, but then they were going to allow Andrew Klavan to publicly say something and then said I couldn't say anything back. And but it backfired because they did this during Lent.
Because it was so
and
stupid.
People watched the episode and went, what? And so then, so this gets even better. So then it backfires. My hands are tied behind my back. I can't say anything. But they still, because they lost tens of thousands of subscribers to Andrew Klavan doing an episode calling me anti-Semitic over Christ is King. They then sued me for them attacking me. So
Wow.
Jeremy, which is really funny because a couple of days ago, he went on to Patrick Bet David and said, we had the most subscribers ever after Candace left. You literally sued me, and I have the documents of your sworn affidavit saying the opposite. It's like, it's the way he lies. Like, he's just maniacal. You can't even make it up. So, but he sued me and said that they lost tens of thousands of dollars. Tens of thousands of subscribers. Literally, that's what said, tens of thousands of subscribers over the Crisis King thing, which caused their company financial harm. They sued me for their attack on me backfiring. Try to work that out.
That's insanity.
And their evidence of why it was actually my fault was because I couldn't say anything about Andrew Klavan, but Jeremy then stalked my likes on Twitter, and people that were defending me, I was liking the tweets. He brought that into court and said the likes are disparaging.
Did this shit hold up?
They ended up eventually, let me tell you the blessing of the way God works. So we were being sued. They wanted millions of dollars for my likes, literally my likes on Twitter. And so basically they were going to get every bit that we agreed to walk away. And I wanted them to pay me out what was due. And they figured they'd just claw it in court because Jeremy's a homosexual psychopath and he will like focus on that. And they were like trying to tell the judge that likes amount to disparagement. And a blessing occurs. You cannot make this up because they are like cartoon characters. My lawyer gets a call, and I want to say it was Labor Day weekend. It might have been, what would be before Labor Day? I feel like it was sometime in August, but I feel like it was Labor Day weekend. And my lawyer on the case was like in a bar. He had a couple of beers and he said he comes out and like Daily Wire's lawyer calls him and he's like freaking out on the phone. And he's like, she pulled her contract and you knew blah, blah, blah. And my lawyer's like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, you mean she pulled her contract? You guys fired her. And he's like, you're going to pretend you don't know? And my lawyer, Rob, is like, what happened? Like, what did Candace do? Like, what happened? And he's like, we're talking about Brett. So these geniuses thought that I had something to do with Brett pulling her contract. And they were the ones who told me that Brett pulled her contract. Oh, it was brilliant. The whole thing was just amazing. So I had no idea that Brett had done this, obviously, because I had nothing to do with it. And she pulled her contract. And then because they were so in their conspiracy mind, thought I had something to do with it. Their lawyer then informed me that Brett pulled her contract. And so that's how I found out that Brett was leaving the Daily Wire from their own lawyer.
Shit. How long after you left did Brett leave?
Brett, but it ended up saving me in this court thing. The first time they ended up suing me again, and then Brett again. It was nonstop lawsuits all the time. But because Brett, it was such a shock to everyone, myself included, they then suddenly had like a two-front war. You know what I mean? Like they're fighting me in court, and then suddenly like Jeremy was going to put Brett in a torture chamber. And they, I guess, decided to just, for the first lawsuit, we decided to agree and walk away. But then they found another reason to sue me again. And that was because I saw red when I saw them doing what they did to me to Brett. They tried the same thing. They were going to go with anti-Semitism. Brett Cooper. I mean, this girl does like pop culture videos. But it's tried and true. So they started stalking her likes and exact same thing, getting their friends to write articles like, what's happening to Brett Cooper? She likes this tweet.
Mm-hmm.
And I defended her. And when he did the thing with her best friend as a way to torture her, because that's what that was. That's how he is. He's so unwell.
Ridiculous.
But because it's like, you don't leave my cult and you're a piece of property to me, I'm going to make you suffer. And he went to her wedding. He went to Brett's wedding. Knew Reagan was her best friend, knew that Reagan was her maid of honor, and thought through.
Me,
and here's what the most effed up part, and I apologize in advance for me having absolutely zero permission from Brett, but we're already on the show, so I can't say anything. I can't go backward. Sometimes I feel like I'm not on air, and I kind of forget that all this is going to, that's kind of the problem with podcasts, is sometimes I'm just talking to you.
Sometimes you get
I'm just talking to you in your living room now.
Yeah.
And this will be obviously very viral, but the most effed up part of it, and I actually think both of the girls were victimized by it. I want to be clear. Like don't like what Reagan did, but these were two young girls, like, young, and they were best friends. And there was just a maniacal homosexual man doing this because he wanted Brett to suffer for just
that's
leaving
like
a job.
the third time she said
Like,
that.
hey, I'm
Love
22. No matter
Love
what my
it.
reason
Candace
is,
W.
I should be able to leave a job. He offered Reagan more money than he ever paid Brett.
Great business decision. Worked out really
Like an
well
offer
for him.
you can't refuse, sort of a thing, which would have been life changing. So who knows what her life pressures were, or and this is me being gracious because I'm not a fan of that. I don't like when girls. I wouldn't have done it. I'll tell you that for free. But I'm built a little different. But you can see how that kind of money in front of someone who's just like an associate producer, and suddenly someone's like, not only will I make you a star, I'll do this, and he did that for sport because he wanted her to, and it hurt her. By the way, he was successful. That was a relationship that meant a lot to her. And that's not something. This is something you hear, like a deranged husband doing to a wife after a divorce. You know what I mean? Like how will I make her suffer? And like using the kids as a chip in the middle of the divorce. This isn't something you hear about a CEO and a 22-year-old girl who wants to leave because she wants to have kids and he doesn't think it's a good idea, for you to have kids. That's like, and so I stood up for her, and then I got sued for standing up for her publicly. Zero regrets. I actually, as we were approaching the court date, I told my lawyers, I'm not going to lie to the judge. If they want to know, did I do an episode defending Brett Cooper? And I think he wanted every time they had dinged me, they wanted $300K for every offense. And I think for that episode, they wanted $1 million for me defending Brett. Or $300K for that episode. I said I was just going to pay it. And I said I would have hung it up on a wall and showed my kids, stand up for something. Money's just money. And I would have said to the judge, yep, I consciously made, that was the one time where they were coming after me for something that could have violated disparagement because I was sickened by what he did to her.
Good for you.
Yeah.
That's a real friend.
Money's on everything in life. You know what I mean?
Yep.
She's so young. It's just like, give it to me. You know what I mean? I felt so like, and I wasn't actually close to Brett at the Daily Wire. We got close after because of dealing with lawsuits, and he sued her over wearing a blue shirt. I mean, he's a total, like someone said it so perfectly online.
Why would the Israeli Wire sue somebody for wearing a blue, the Daily Wire sue somebody for wearing a blue shirt?
It's all about the suffering of the lawsuit, right? It's not about whether or not they can win. It's about knowing that she doesn't have this money. You're going to sue her $100K, $300K for wearing a blue shirt. And so what happens, this really gets you into the mind of how Jeremy Boring works. On her last day, they did a joint announcement that was really weird, and everyone could tell that something more was happening, but they had agreed whatever the language is. And so Jeremy did Brett's been great, and then it kind of cut to Brett. I remember watching it and being like, this is weird. And obviously your audience can sniff that out in 4 seconds. They are growing with you. They know you. They're here. It's called the Brett Cooper Show, right? And they could sense that something was coming or whatever it was. But on that day, she wore a blue shirt, is all I know, is that she wore a blue shirt during that announcement. And it turned out that previously someone in the comments, because I told you he stalks comments, that's his thing, he's a true stalker in the comments, had said, Brett, if you're under an NDA, wear a blue shirt. So he extrapolated from that she must have intentionally worn a blue shirt, which is completely wacky and untrue. You're wearing a blue shirt. If you're not wearing a blue shirt 3 times a week, we're not talking about a maroon shirt. This is a like white, black, blue. I feel like everyone wears 3 times a week. So then he found a reason to, because he never wants you to leave, right? So then you sue, and then you're behind the scenes and you're fighting them because it's a way to hold on to a relationship. And so it's a legal form of stalking. And so I'm actually quite passionate about it. And I hope that one day with my platform, I can get laws changed because it allows psychopathic men to stalk women legally. Because they go, well, I have a contract and I can interpret anything as disparagement, even a shirt, a like on Twitter. So I can now keep you in court and keep you tied to me for years. And that's what he did to me. It never stopped. As soon as it stopped, he's now doing tours, still talk. So it's been a nonstop stalk from him. And he did the same thing to Brett. So it's like, you can never leave, sort of a thing.
Holy shit.
But that's what there are laws that need to be changed about arbitration court, because that's what arbitration gives them the comfort of doing. He would have never brought that lawsuit in a public court because that would have humiliated him, and people would have read and realized that something's deranged about him. They realize that now, just on the basis of the amount of interviews he's given about me, that people are now going, this is starting to feel obsessive. With Jeremy, give him a stage and he'll reveal himself. So I don't mind him doing all those interviews. But to have to suffer that in arbitration court and to not be able to speak, that is, laws have to change. It's legal
Who's
abuse.
interviewing him? I mean, what's the interest?
Me.
You're interviewing a failed businessman. Like the Israeli Wire is like,
yeah. And it's because
they're
because
buying
of him.
views. They're buying fucking views.
Yeah. And it's because of him, that investment in his childhood dream, Pendragon. He's not right in the head. So with someone like that,
yeah, I think
he
that's
just thinks
actually very
he's
obvious to
gonna
anyone with a
build
working
something.
brain.
I mean, it doesn't sound like any of them are right in the head, and they sure as fuck don't learn any lessons. I mean,
No.
True,
they're trying to get
Shawn
you to
Ryan.
speak out against Kanye,
Very
and then fast
true.
forward, a couple of years, and now they're trying to get Megyn Kelly to speak out against you and I think Tucker, right?
Like she's the internet mom or something. And it's so crazy because it wasn't like Megyn was platforming me. That's what was so strange. Like their attacks against her was especially psychotic because they were just going, hey, it's Tuesday. We're going to need you to make a statement about Candace Owens. She's like, wait, why do I have to make a statement about Candace Owens? I don't know Candace Owens. I haven't had her on I think she literally had me on her radio show one time years ago when I was at the Daily Wire promoting The Greatest Lie Ever Sold. I've never done the Megyn Kelly show. And they're tribal. So it's like, well, because we said so. Because we said so, you need to say something about Candace Owens. And she's like, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
Because that diminishes me as a person. That makes Megyn look weak. That means she's not in the driver's seat of her own life. And then they start applying the pressure. The mafia starts to come in and they'll start putting bots in your comments, having people stalk you, talking about you every single day, trying to ruin your reputation, having people email. They even have like email bots where they can have 3,000 fake emails go out and try to stop wherever you're speaking. Like, don't toast this person, she's Adolf Hitler, and just creating trouble in your life. And you can see their new fixation is Megyn Kelly.
3,000 bots?
Yeah, at events that I speak at, I have to pre-tell people that if you announce me as a speaker, you're going to start getting a bunch of emails and you're going to think they're from real people, and they're not. They're just bots. And now that we can read the Faradocs, they're honest about the fact that they control these like Israeli bots in the comment sections on Instagram and on Facebook to make people.
So the Israeli Wire also has an Israeli bot farm.
Well, I don't know if they are orchestrating it, but I know that they have their accounts that they pay, and Seth Dillon helps out with that, with people that they pay to just like stalk all day online. And it's all about creating an illusion of pressure. And it's not real. Obviously, the majority of Americans.
That is fucking wild that is what Seth Dillon is doing with the Daily fucking Wire, sending out these massive bot farms to anyone who wants. Holy shit. Again, this is where Candace is fucking fire. This is where Candace is the most interesting person on the internet. Candace needs to do this full time. She needs to drop the Charlie Kirk stuff. She needs to let it go with Erica. She can make some excuse about like, you know what, maybe I have new information now and blah, blah, blah. She can talk her way out of it. She knows how to do this. She needs to do this with the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring full time. That is where Candace's energy should go.
Americans don't support what Israel's doing and don't support Israel. So they have to create fake people.
That is
you can read the
crazy.
paradox of Clockwork LLC, and it's totally insane. They have admitting what they're doing. Yeah, it really is something to behold, but that's what they're putting Megyn Kelly through. And she's proven to be very tough. And they're also angry at her because she told the truth, which surprised me, by the way. And I have such deep respect for her over it. She was one of the few people who stood up and told the truth about what Charlie was going through in the end, as all of his friends lied about the pressure, including his wife, about the pressure he was under by Israel. They lied. And Megyn was one of the last people to speak with him on her show. And he opened up to her and told her everything he was going through. And she just told the truth. That's it. That was her crime.
Man, What a major miscalculation of your own strength.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Wow. They just never fucking learn over there. I mean, they're going to tank that entire. I mean, I don't think there's any coming back from this, but
no.
I mean, they're getting like 1.2 thousand views of video. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I think it's a little. I mean, are you allowed to have any like criticism of Israel over there?
No, clearly not. I said genocide is always wrong. And I was getting text messages of people trying to convince me that I had done something truly crazy. And I wasn't even talking about Israel. I was talking about Brian Mass. He wore an IDF uniform into Congress and said, I'm trying to remember, but he basically said there's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian. And it was completely genocidal. And I saw a tweet from Yashar Ali about it. And I was in Madrid at the time at a wedding. And I tweeted, genocide, no matter who it, genocide, no matter who it comes from, is always wrong. And they wanted me to apologize. Just like
apologize?
Mm-hmm.
Apologize to who?
To understand how that hurt Israel, because people assumed that I was referring to Israel. And I was like, okay, let's say I wasn't referring to Israel. Like, genocide's always wrong. It actually applies all the time, but I was referring specifically to Brian Mass, and they tried to tell me that it didn't matter, that Ben's friends thought I was talking about Israel. So basically, if somebody else has an idea, I'm responsible for it. Even when I believe exactly what I tweeted, genocide is always wrong. I said what I meant. I didn't know I had to say in small print, this tweet is obviously referencing Brian Mast, who is trending right now for wearing an IDF uniform. Like, the tweet is a standalone tweet. Genocide is always wrong.
Jeez.
I think it's just they were a little insecure because they were planning a genocide. So now we can see why that tweet really got under their
it looks
skin.
like they're planning another one.
Yeah.
You've seen this tweet that came out? I texted it to you on the way here from breakfast. This is the Israeli Minister of National Security. Have you read this shit? Let me read it to you. For every terror of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. All of Lebanon must burn. With all due respect to the Americans, Israel must make it clear to the entire world that the blood of our sons and the security of our citizens are not forfeit. Mm-hmm. All of Lebanon must burn. Our supreme duty is to protect the citizens of Israel and the soldiers of the IDF. And this commitment takes precedence over every.
Remember, guys, Jews are a peaceful people. Jews are a peaceful and loving people. And there's no anti-Semitism allowed on this channel because Jews are a peaceful people, okay?
Every other consideration. I told the Prime Minister, even in our private meetings, for every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese must weep. Enough with the ping pong. In the Middle East, you don't win with measured responses and restraint. You need to go berserk, to obliterate, to crush the terror.
Yeah.
Sounds like another genocide's on the way.
Yeah, he's a total psychopath. But they all are. That's the point. The government is being run by psychopaths. And I think people need to realize that what they are doing to the Palestinians, to the Lebanese people, they will do to us. They will do to us. They will torture your kids. They don't care. I mean, this is in the pocket of the Goyim. All of that was a conspiracy until we suddenly had access to Jeffrey Epstein's emails.
What does Goy mean?
Cattle.
Nation cattle?
Just cattle, you know?
Slaves?
Yeah, so they're okay with you so long as you
because they say it means nation.
It does not mean nation.
They'll ask Grok. It means nation.
No,
really?
It means cattle. And so
they're
yeah. Yeah, they're Talmudic teaching.
I've never heard anybody call a fucking nation a goy.
Mm-hmm.
Have you?
No, that's completely made up, and that is not even something. I'm surprised that's a new updated thing they're trying to lie about, but they try to constantly bury history even from 5 weeks ago.
I saw somebody, they try to correct. I think I tweeted something about it, and they're like, I asked Ro Khanna when he was here. I said, "What's a goy, Ro?" And he didn't know.
Yeah, it's cattle.
So we told him,
mm-hmm.
and then that clip went crazy.
Yeah, this is.
And everybody's telling me that it means nation.
Oh yeah,
nation.
He's a good goy.
Yeah.
There'll be a
Good
lot of goy
nation?
there. There'll be a lot of nation there. I mean, read the context of his emails, but like also that's kind of weird. All of their literature, it's not difficult to find out what goy means. It's cattle. And their perspective is like, to the extent that they can get us to work for them, we're fine.
Yeah.
And if we won't work for them, then we have to be obliterated.
They do the grok thing where they're like, grok, what does goy mean? And it'll say, I don't know what it says. But then I'll just go over to Claude and I'll ask Claude, what does goy mean?
Yeah.
And it's a derogatory comment towards anybody that's not Jewish.
Yes. It's racist. It's a fundamentally racist
against Christians.
It is.
Well,
and there's a real they're raised to believe that their life matters more. So Ben Gvir, you have to appreciate that he's being honest.
Well, I mean, you can see it all over his fucking face.
Yeah,
he thinks he's more important than everybody.
That's their perspective. Like that's what October 7th proved. They have a right to commit a genocide now, even though they plotted it October 7th and Bibi Netanyahu allowed it to happen. And all the evidence shows that. The whole point is that they've been doing this forever, these false flag attacks. This is the whole history of Israel is false flag attacks. I mean, look at the USS Liberty, and they still deny what they did. Deny in the face of overwhelming evidence that they believe it is their birthright to mass murder, steal, kill, and rape, take from people, destroy heritage, and then reintroduce themselves in other societies with all of this wealth that they stole. And say that it's because they worked hard. Yeah, they worked hard murdering people and stealing and running the gulag system. And
what's the gulag system?
Russia, the Bolshevik Revolution, the Romanovs, the diamonds that they stole from the Romanov family after they murdered them in satanic ritual. Those diamonds ended up in New York, by the way. Like, you look at you know what you should do in your spare time? Look into Armand Hammer. Armie Hammer, the actor. Look into his family's history. Look into Julius Hammer. Look into Arm and Hammer, what their family did when they came over from the Pale of Settlement in Russia. Lenin's quote unquote favorite Jew, even though Lenin himself was Jewish. He took diamonds, established the Diamond District. Well, who were they getting the diamonds from in Russia? I mean, they were mass murdering Christians.
I didn't know that.
This is where do you think it's going to happen? They just destroyed all of Palestine. Do you think there was no wealth there? No jewelry, no diamonds? And when you see the Israeli settlers go in and pillage. I mean, have you seen these videos? They just take their land. That's how it's always been. They just run in and they take your land. It's theirs now. Thugs, they're being trained to do that. Like cockroaches, like watching cockroaches descend, truly. And that's the only way you can describe it when you see the videos. It's disgusting. It's the most, and they beat these people and they take their land and that's it. It's all theirs now.
Well, there's going to be is there going to be a big Trump hotel there now?
Well, that was Trump himself tweeted the Trump resort, whatever it was, of like, this is what Gaza could be. It was the most despicable thing that I've ever seen. You wonder who tweeted it because Trump doesn't know how to use AI. He's not authoring his own tweets. It was absolutely tasteless. But
did you see what was that thing that he posted about him being Jesus? What was that?
Oh, he didn't know that.
Oh yeah, he didn't fucking know. He didn't know there was fucking demons in the sky either, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was that?
Just more of the really gross stuff.
Are they just mocking Christians or what? Like, what is this?
Yeah,
well,
pretty
they
openly,
hate
actually.
Christians.
Yeah.
They're taught to hate Christians. They spit on our children.
Do you think Trump hates Christians?
They train their children to spit. I don't think he loves us.
He's the one that posted it.
Yeah. I mean, Trump's never pretended to be a Christian. I think he's been pretty open about the fact that he certainly favors Israel. Like,
he's got a 99% approval rating over it.
Mm-hmm. I
think he's also said several times he doesn't think he's going to heaven.
Yeah, I think he's kind of made his bed. I don't think he's going to heaven either. If it means anything, I don't get to decide, but I don't just objectively looking at everything. I wouldn't bet on him in heaven either. You want people to change. You hope they change, but it's kind of hard when you just see what's going on there to imagine that that's a ticket to heaven,
Yeah.
What he's allowing to happen. It's like he's obsessed with earthly riches and he's got such short time to live. You'd think that you'd hope that toward the end of your life, you would want to right wrongs and be a good person, because you know you're going to meet your maker soon. So that's one of the more stunning things is like Trump's going to die soon just because he's going to die soon. He's in his 80s. That's how it works. Joe Biden's going to die soon. They're all going to die soon. So it's usually a good time to not beget evil.
Yep.
Try to get right with God. I don't know. Final stretch. Try to sprint. You try to sprint last stretch. And it's interesting to see Trump sort of do the opposite. And I just go, okay, that's interesting.
Man.
I don't even wish any ill toward Trump. I don't have any anger. It's worse. It's pity.
You don't have any anger?
I pity him. I pity a man who has relinquished what was a real power. People loved him, believed in him, thought that he could change things. I pity for earthly riches.
Yeah.
To give that up, I don't know. And that will be his legacy. I always pity weak men. I always pity weak men. Because I just think there is something so natural in the way that God designed it for men to lead, for men to be strong, for men to be forthright. And so when you see men that are weak, it does draw from me frustration, but also pity. That's not what God designed you to be,
I almost wish I had pity for him, but I just don't.
Yeah. How do you not? He's a slave. He's got all this stuff and he's a slave.
Because he's a voluntary slave. He made the fucking decision.
He made the decision.
Wasn't forced into it. He's a greedy piece of shit.
He just wanted to be president. And he was short-sighted. I think he's living in a prison every day.
I fucking hope he is.
Yeah. He's not loved, and that matters to him. And
it's all good, Mountain God.
I don't know. I don't think I'm angry with him. No, I think I'm just equal parts disgusted. I think it's pitiful. That's what I mean. When going back to the question you first asked me, what's it like having the, and I'm like, I even forgot. That's how powerless he's become. It's not even something I hold on to a couple of weeks later. It's just poor Trump, poor Trump.
Poor Trump. Oh man, have you heard about this Peter Thiel shit?
What?
The secret society. I got a hot question for you. So we had Claude scrape the internet for the most viral question, and here it is. This week, a hacktivist leaked the membership of Dialogue, a secret invitation-only society Peter Thiel founded in 2006, with a roster that reportedly includes a sitting Treasury Secretary, senators, and military and intelligence officials. So here's the question. Have you looked into this at all? And what's your take?
What's the group called? Did they find out the name?
Dialogue.
Oh, it's called Dialogue? I mean, my general instinct on Peter Thiel is no. His name is an anagram for the reptile. It's a no. He appears in the Epstein files so much after lying to Joe Rogan and saying like, oh, I just helped me with some math stuff. It was weird. The emails are weird. It seems like they're like meeting up for dalliances and all across New York City. It's just weird. It's very strange, the emails. And it's a hard no. But also I think I had my opinion colored because Dave Rubin told me about how he partied with him on his island. He also has an island, by the way.
Who does?
Peter Thiel.
I learned this from Dave
Rubin. Mm-hmm. And Dave Rubin told me the story that still lives inside of me.
I wonder what they did on that island with the young boys.
And he'll deny it, but Peter Thiel will hear this and know I'm telling the truth because I couldn't have known it otherwise. But him and his husband went to Peter Thiel's island, which is in like off the coast of Hawaii. He just kind of bought an island. So this is what you do at a certain level. And he has his house on it. And he, I guess, got to an age where he realized that like he needed somewhere to dump his wealth. So he decided to have a kid, got a surrogate, whatever. And he said it was the weirdest thing because once his son was born, they all were there on the island. And Peter Thiel is building a house next door for the nannies to raise the child. And he said when they brought the child around the table at his house, they basically like the servants were like presenting the child, and Peter was just sort of like looking at the child like, yes, yeah, there he is or whatever.
Wow.
And it was like very strange and detached, and that, they partied with Peter Thiel, and I'll leave it at that. But I had my opinions about who Peter Thiel is was shaped by Dave Rubin. It's not a guy that I want in authority to make any decisions whatsoever. That's a dark, dark, dark future.
They just released a shit ton of names that are in this thing. Have you seen this yet? I think they did it while we were sitting in here. I just saw it on the last break. We'll put the names up on screen right now.
It's wild. I've looked at this before.
Here's the follow-up question. Across everything you've dug into, true crime, cults, criminal networks, what's the single most disturbing thing you found that you actually believe is real? You come across some dark shit, so.
Yeah, I mean, the understanding of the pedophilia, that's all real. It's all real. It's a cult worship. And it goes back to like, they believe in sex magic. And
sex magic.
You could get into like Aleister Crowley, all that's real. I mean, he wrote books about it. It's not like they were trying to hide it, but these are the elites. Like these aren't people that are at the bottom. It's why I find it hilarious when people believe in the moon landings. I'm like, do you know the history of the Jet Propulsion Labs and that it was created by Aleister Crowley's acolyte, a protege, so to speak? These people wrote extensively about the sex parties they were having, that they thought they were summoning demons. They were summoning demons. I thought they were summoning demons, and they harm children. That is the world we live in. And I think that is very disturbing to have to contend with that. And the craziest part is the people that protect them. Oh, for money. That's hard to know that people I come up with in politics will look the other way for the right price. Think about that. Everyone knew what Epstein was doing, and then he was protected, and they knew that he went to prison.
Think about this shit all the time.
Yeah.
It's so fascinating would be the right word, but it's interesting to see how these people think that they have amassed so much power, but they really have zero power. The only fucking thing that they can really do is introduce a bill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean,
they can't even fucking say what's on their mind.
Yeah.
They're powerless. They're fucking, they're controlled.
Mm-hmm.
I think that, I think that's a way to, a means to control people, is to get them into politics.
Yeah. They control Congress. There's no question about it.
But they really think that they have fucking power.
Well, in many ways, they find people who are pedophiles already, and then they empower them. Give them churches, give them, I was like shocked looking at the history of the Calvary Chapel Church when I was looking into like Rob McCoy. It's unbelievable how many people like are reformed, whatever, and then are not end up being reformed at all. It's a system. It's for sure a system, and that's not imagined. And you need to wake up and realize that our world is in fact being run by pedophiles. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
And if the Epstein thing didn't wake you up to the fact that it's left and right, you're still asleep. Mm-hmm. If you think that our troubles in this country are white versus black, you're still asleep. If you think it's gay versus straight, you're still asleep. If you think it's like, feminism versus chauvinism, you're still asleep. We've got way bigger problems, and these are ancient problems that we have. People that worship and summon demons and believe in the occult and do it in your face. I believe Charlie's assassination was an occult ritual. Everything about it. Yeah, everything about it. And I believe the people around him are into dark, demonic stuff.
I mean, when you told me at dinner that he was assassinated in the middle of a pentagram,
Mhm.
I was like, holy shit.
When
Man.
someone sent me an old Freemason Bible and it showed how they believe that you have to be in a pentagram to sacrifice someone, literally shows you, like there's a map inside of the Freemason Bible. And I looked at it and I said, Charlie was sitting in a pentagram. Sorry,
Where did the
a
Freemasons
pentagon.
come from?
Well,
You know the history of that?
Yeah, I actually just read a book for our book in our book club called The Secret History of America by Nicholas Hager. Really, really important read. An academic read, but a very a challenging one, an important one to get into the history of Freemasonry. And I guess Freemasonry, in many ways, obviously, it traces back. It's biblical. So you have to think about different iterations. So it's like Solomon's temple, the Masons of the temple is kind of what they're hinting at. But in terms of like the modern introduction into Western society, it begins with Francis Bacon and Paris, where Paris seems to be the home of a lot of the things that have happened in these secret societies. It's like they go to Paris to be initiated. The same thing for Sigmund Freud. He studied under Charcot. And he was similarly initiated. I don't think it's a coincidence that Paris's code is 33. If you want to dial up to Paris, it's 33. It's home of the French Revolution. There's a lot that has happened in Paris. There's a lot of evil that is taken place. But the Freemason Society, I mean, this gets into the infiltration of the Knights Templar, an intentional infiltration by Adam Weishaupt, who was funding the infiltration of various Freemason groups and bringing them all together under the Illuminati. Our founding fathers were Freemasons, and the Nicholas Hager book carefully walks you through even the symbolism on the back of a $1 bill. And to be clear, when they joined the Illuminati, it was after the Revolutionary War, but it was always done in mind, and Adam Weishaupt was an open Satanist, with using Christianity as a shell to further their satanic causes. So you have to really go backward to understand the theology, the infiltration, how the Scottish Rite, which is the Scottish Rite Freemasons, which had everything to do with establishing America, was really dating back from France, and the Catholic Church having Jacques de Molay hung. I think he was hung. He was killed. And these groups then went into Scotland, and that book just helps you trace how these Freemason groups arrived into America. And for them, it was seen as a new Atlantis. Okay. We keep getting caught doing all this crazy stuff across the European continent. It's always been a war against the Catholic Church. They're all explicit in their hatred of the Catholic Church, which is very compelling to me. It's
why do you think they're against the Catholics so much?
Because the Catholics were calling them what they were, Satanists. I mean, the rewrite of history, Isabella of Spain, she should be sainted. They're constantly, everything you've learned about Catholicism and the history of Catholicism is just crap in school. And there's a reason for that, because America was designed to be anti-Catholic, to be anti-Orthodox. And the reason is because Catholics hold the history. They know what they were doing on that continent. America was supposed to be kept fat, happy, and young. I truly believe that. And now America, well, we were fat, happy, and young for 250 years. And now we're arriving into our adolescent phase, and people are starting to look in the right places. It's why I encourage people to go to Russia. Russia holds the key to a lot of secrets of these maniacal psychopaths who have arrived in America, who say, well, my great so-and-so went to Russia. Got you clocked. Know exactly who your great-grandfather must have been, and your bloodthirst. The Bible says you will know them by their fruits. You do. You do. Do you have to imagine who Mark Levin's ancestors were who were in Russia? No, I got to guess. I'm going to guess they were killing the shit out of Bolsheviks. If I just had to guess, they were killing the shit out of Christians. If I had to guess, they must have been. They must have built the Gulag system. There's a bloodlust that exists and an anger that is just so perceptible. That's why you say you will know them by their fruits. It's the way they speak about people. There's a happiness in their eyes when they're talking about like murder. It's weird. Sometimes when I watch clips that will go viral of Ben Shapiro or Mark Levin. There's something in their like demeanor and their eyes that is, it's so dark. I mean, it's so dark where you really go, I think you are happy. It makes you happy when kids are being killed in Gaza.
Yeah,
Like
I
there's
agree with
something,
Candace.
it's very
Another Candace
disturbing.
W.
They're not
Yeah,
having
I
the
agree
same
with her.
reaction
100%.
as we are having. And you see it in their tweets. It's they're hungry for more death and destruction.
Oh no, I've seen it. I've seen
It's
it in person.
evil what
It's
they
dark.
do.
I've seen it here in this room.
It's dark. That can only come from
Like
worshiping
they're fucking foaming at the mouth.
Yeah. That can only
Like a
come
demon.
from the Prince of Darkness. Because when spirits are light and happy and you have a reaction to seeing a dead kid, doesn't matter what the race of the kid is. Doesn't matter what the race of the kid is. You don't get up on the airways and go, oh, well, that's what happens. You're going to get some more of that. Like what Ben Gavir is saying, there's something very wrong with these people. And so you don't have to imagine who they are the children of. And that's why you don't have to get into the weeds on it either. It's like, you know, God gave you intuition, you know, he gave you intuition to know when somebody is spiritually disturbed. And that's putting it mildly. Something about post-October 7th, you can see the flicker of demonology in their eyes now. And the satisfaction they get from knowing that they're hurting other people.
I mean, we just read that tweet.
Yeah. Honest.
There's 1,000 more just like it.
Honest.
From other people in powerful positions over there.
Mm-hmm.
There's been so many things that just, I mean, to me that prove how bad the influence is. Like sending that fucking pedophile back to Israel. You saw that, right?
Yeah, that was
He
another
on the
crazy
cyber
thing that
team, or
happened.
They're one of the top guys in their cybersecurity fucking wing of the idea. I don't know, whatever.
We're almost done, guys.
Came here,
May actually
luring,
end it here, honestly.
12-year-olds or something in on the internet.
You know what? I may actually end it here. I think it's a good place to end it. I think it's a good place to end it. Candace is going to talk about like faith and stuff in the last part of it. I think we've watched enough, and it's almost 1 a.m. and I think I've done my time. Listen, I was fully prepared to dislike Candace during that entire interview. I was fully prepared to drag Candace that entire interview. I really thought she was going to talk more about the Charlie Kirk stuff. That was a W interview for Candace. I'm sorry. That was an absolute fucking W interview for Candace. And again, I think she's crazy with the Charlie Kirk stuff. I do not agree with her about the Charlie Kirk stuff. I think she has behaved abominably with the Charlie Kirk stuff. However, like pretty much every other part of that interview was great. And I didn't really say a lot because I really didn't have anything to say. I was like, yup. Okay, Candace. Yup. And so it really, again, pisses me off because it's like Candace has W's in so many areas. And all of those W's that she could be focusing on are completely being obfuscated by the obsession with the Charlie Kirk stuff. And I really just wish she would stop. Yeah, the best part of that interview was her casually roasting Jeremy Boring over and over and over and over again. If Candace just did that like every single day, massive W, Candace. Like, I have nothing bad to say about it. So it's like, yeah, like her entire character, her entire career is now going to be judged based on the Charlie Kirk stuff. And again, like she's got an opportunity here to say, you know what, I've looked at some of the evidence that's come out of the trial and I'm rethinking some things. And she really does have an opportunity right now to like at least try to walk some of it back, to say, you know what, maybe I lost my mind. She's going to have to do a little mea culpa about it. But like overall, if she just moved on, like literally just moved the fuck on and focused her ire elsewhere, no one would have an issue with it. And everyone would be on her side. And it's like, you know, Candace, can someone who Candace please likes tell her that? Like, I'm giving, like, I don't even like Candace. and I'm giving Candace like absolute banger fucking advice on the internet. And I've given Candace this advice before, and I made clips giving this advice because I like Candace. I'm purely selfish. Okay, I'm an Aries woman. I am really giving Candace this advice because I am a very selfish person, and I want Candace to be talking about the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring every fucking day. That would be the most entertaining thing that's ever happened on the fucking internet. If Candace just did to the Daily Wire what Ashley St. Clair is doing to all of the conservative retard influencers that she was involved with, that would be the best. That would be the literal best. And so not only am I am being rather selfish in this advice, but like I also feel like I'm just giving Candace W advice. And per usual, no one's going to listen. Per usual, no one's going to listen. And Candace is going to keep doing Charlie Kirk content, and it's going to be awful. And everyone's going to ignore the good things she's saying because of the fucking Charlie Kirk content. And it's just like, it's so unnecessary. Just so unnecessary. I want to thank everyone who donated 68 channel memberships today. Not quite meeting the channel membership goal, but that's okay because I didn't really ask all that much because we weren't doing leftist content today. Also, you guys have hooked me up for the rest of the week. We blew out every single goal this week. So a little bit lower than the goal is totally, totally fine. And I so appreciate you guys continuing to donate channel memberships, continuing to send in super chats. That's awesome. I will be back at 5 p.m. tomorrow. We will be watching Andrew Wilson on the Whatever podcast. Why are we doing that, Karlyn? Because Trendlin bribed me with $250, okay? So blame Trendlin. Blame Trendlin. We're doing a Nitwits episode tomorrow at 5. It's Friday. We have to. And that's just going to be the way it is. I hope you all have a great rest of your night. And I will see you guys soon.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.